In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the people. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Well, good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. A beautiful Tuesday it is in the month of January. And today's the 27th day, am I correct? Yes. 27th, yes, so it's the 27th day in the month of January. And we welcome you to VOP this morning. Now let's take you through what the conversation would be for today. Amnesty, well, first of all, we'll be touching on insecurity. Well, insecurity deepens as Amnesty International faults federal government over fresh northern bandit attacks. President travels abroad. Reps splits. Governors cry foul. Civil society demands probe into illegal alteration. That's talking about the tax law scandal. And also, NLC, FCTA staff besiege court as Wike faces removal, demands for his removal. Well, these are the major conversations on our table this morning, and we'd like for you to come along with us as we dissect them all.
Well, good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Shettima'S Okoro. Now, it's Moses Humphrey, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I was just asking if I said my name. Okay.
Now, those are the major topics of discussion, but we also have other interesting trending stories that we'll talk about in the course of the program. Jane, good morning.
Good morning. Looking very sharp this morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Moses.
Good morning to you, Jane.
And thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Now, talking about the other trending stories, in a bold but economical move against the controversial Monday sit-at-home order enforced by separatist groups in the southeast, Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has ordered the immediate closure of Onitsha Main Market, one of West Africa's largest commercial hubs, after traders failed to open for business despite repeated government warnings. While the governor, who personally visited the market, declared that the shutdown was a decisive step to end what he described as economic sabotage, crippling the state's revenue and livelihoods. The sit-at-home directive, originally imposed by the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB to press for the release of its detained leader, Nnamdi Kanu, has over time become a flashpoint of fear and compliance, with residents often staying indoors to avoid violent enforcement. Well, I think we talked about this a bit yesterday, and at that point, the governor had not ordered the closure of the market.
Yes.
It was yesterday when there was no compliance with his own directive that the market should be open, and the governor now slammed, that closure order on the main market. And I'm like, I was trying to situate it between, I own my business, I want to go to business, I don't want to go to business, and the governor says you must go. Why you force people to go out when they don't want to go out? I understand what the governor is trying to do, to make economic sense of it all. But if you look at the human right angle of it, the freedom of speech, the freedom space angle of it all, I'm not sure that the governor has a right to force somebody to go and do his business where he doesn't want to do his business.
Well, see, this is a very sensitive
It's very sensitive. It's very sensitive. Okay, go ahead. No, you have a point to make.
Land on your thoughts.
No, you have. I will never land. No, go ahead and you have a point to make.
Well, I think I understand what the governor is trying to do, and I think at some point, sit-at-home needs to stop.
Okay.
At some point.
Okay.
Now, we understand initially a lot of people decided to sit at home, and at some point they were compelled by certain non-state actors. They were compelled we understand that there were times people decided to come out, and these non-state actors killed people, compelling them to sit at home. If you ask, if there is some sort of poll held, and people are asked to bear their genuine feelings, I will tell you that a lot of people, some that I have interacted with who stay in Enugu and other places like that, will tell you that, look, they ordinarily want to go out on Mondays. They want to take their children to school. They want to go out. They want to go to their business places. But because of fear that if you don't comply, something might happen to you. You might lose your life in the process. They have come to accommodate that fear, and they are living with it. But for how long will it continue? Now, the man, IPOB says, sit at home. Originally, IPOB said, sit at home would only occur when Nnamdi Kanu is taken to court. Am I correct?
No, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
But now the case has been decided. There should be another measure to ensure that, look, justice, there should be some sort of appeal. And in appealing, there should be a different measure. It shouldn't be continued sit at home to appeal for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Other measures should be taken. I see what some IPOB-related organization is doing in the abroad, appealing to international bodies, organization and the rest. And just the other day, he was given an honorary citizenship
of the state of
which is good.
Yes.
Which is good. All of this will speak in his favor when international bodies that we have been calling on to come into the matter and appeal for his release. But the continued sit at home.
Okay, I'm happy that I allowed you to come from this angle. I'm happy that I allowed you to come from this angle. But you said something that at some point non-state actors, started forcing people to stay at home. Now the people got used to it. That word non-state actors, up until this moment, who are those non-state actors? IPOB at a point said, look, we are not the ones behind the carnage that happens on sit-at-home days. And they were very clear on that. And at a point, we discovered that, look, there might be some form of fifth columnist sponsored by certain governments at certain levels to do all of this. So what the governor needs to do is to find out who are those people that forced people to sit at home when IPOB had clearly said, no, we are not the ones behind it. It is the responsibility of the state governor to do all of that and not to ask people, you must come out, whether you like it or not, when he has not taken care of the fears of the people. That is where I'm coming from. And so when people say, well, and I like the issue of Nnamdi Kanu and the sit at home is a very sensitive thing, like you said, I agreed. And it is very fundamental, to the existence of the people. It is not accidental. Accidental in the sense that, well, people can always survive, but this is about the issue of survival of an ethnic group, of a race, of a people. So it is fundamental to them, and that is why they bought into the idea of the sit-at-home thing. Like I said yesterday, the sit-at-home has started fizzling, out in some parts of the southeast. I think Anambra, for now, is just the flashpoint. So what the governor is doing, and relying on history, when the governor came into office, he tried it, it backfired, it didn't work. So I've expected him to follow another track this time, and he's going back to his old ways that didn't work.
Which is the other track. The other track is following. Then he said, come out. If you don't come out, we'll close your, we'll do things. He tried to force the people out. Now he's following a different track.
No, he's not following a different track. He's still following the same track. You must come out.
If you don't come out, that means you don't want to sell.
My business or his business?
Your business is fine.
So what's his business with that?
Government owns every land.
Okay, so governor can as well come to tell me, okay, you don't have to sleep in your house because you own the house.
Markets.
Because you own... Government owns the market, but the people own the stores.
Yeah, fine. I absolutely agree.
Yes.
But he's saying, look, if you don't come out on Mondays, then you can as well stay home for the rest of the week.
Okay, now...
And then it will be open again on another Monday.
On another Monday.
And if you choose not to come on that Monday, then
see, let me tell you, the governor is taking a track that will not work. He's going to crumble.
I mean,
it will not. He's going to crumble the economy of Anambra State because there are other angles to it. The people that ordinarily don't have work, in Anambra State, how often has he forced them? Oh, you must go out and get work and get jobs. Has he done that? Has he built industries? People are free to run their businesses. See, the thing is very dicey. I agree with you. It's very sensitive, you know. But if you, like I'm saying now, Chukwu Masoludo, the track is following. Igbo people are very determined.
Yes,
they are very determined,
absolutely.
especially Onitsha people and market people. They said, okay, do you know how much it takes every day from the markets? He's going to lose all of that and rely on what he got from the Federation account. And before you know it, other markets will start, there will be this kind of sympathy drive, you know, solidarity and all of that. He's going to crumble the business of Anambra State. Unknowingly, that is exactly what he's doing.
Do you think the Igbo man ordinarily will leave his business unattended for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month?
They have done sit at home in Anambra there for close to
That's
4
1
years.
day in a week.
But close to 4 years.
1 day in a week.
Anyway, let's see how it goes. I'm sure they will.
You're sure they will?
I just feel
they
that
will.
until the governments can, guarantee the safety of
The
life.
safety of the people. So if
What
Which
they're
is the most important thing,
which is the most
actually.
important
This
thing.
move by Soludo for me is just punishing the victims and avoiding accountabilities for the
It's
perpetrators.
as simple as that.
I think that's just it. Once you cannot guarantee the safety of lives and property, I think you've pretty much failed. And you don't really have that trust. People won't have the trust. Your people won't have the that
I told you when
trust
Peter
of you.
Mba said, you must come out on Monday mornings in Enugu. He
It didn't
used
work.
the Ahmad Personakaras to go and protect his own. Well, I keep forgetting the name of that is filling station.
Okay.
You know, and he went and to protect his own business. People say, look at the man that is asking us to come out, and he's protecting his own business with APC and all of that. You know, people understand the intricacies in all of these things, you know, and they will say, well, Governor, if this is what you want, let's see how far you can go.
And the APC you meant there was the armored personal
carriers. No, not the All Progressives Congress.
Oh, well,
I
that's
like
about
that.
another conversation.
Okay, let's move on. The detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, serving a life sentence at the Sokoto Correctional Center after his conviction on terrorism charges, has issued a stern directive through his lawyer, Naimeka Ejiofor, warning visitors against making public statements or broadcasts about their discussions with him. Kanu stressed that any official communication will henceforth be released only through his legal team or IPOB. IPOB spokesman Ima Powerful. He also dismissed widespread rumors that he collects money from individuals or groups seeking access to him. He insisted that visiting him is not a commercial venture and must strictly follow prison protocols, including proper identification and registration. The order, delivered in a viral video, has sparked heated debate across Nigeria, with critics accusing him of trying to control the narratives around his detention, while his supporters argue that it's necessary to protect the integrity of the Biafra struggle. When I saw this story yesterday, the first thing that came to my mind is, he actually delivered this directive through a viral video. And I'm wondering who recorded the video? How did it come out? But away from that, I think it's a good move for him to control the narrative. Even though I do know that in other climes, most prisoners of conscience actually do control their own narrative. You don't have different people, meeting him, coming out, using it as a clout chasing, which is what is very peculiar in our society. Most people would then go in, see him, come up with, hold their own press conferences, build their own fan base, and, just have different things. So Nnamdi Kanu being who he is, I think it's a good move. What do you guys think? I think it's a good move.
Well, you have said a lot. It's I don't know why people would like to use a man that is in detention, that is in prison, serving a life sentence to gain traction and popularity and all of that. And well, like you said, prisoners of political prisoners like this have a way of controlling the narrative from inside, just like what Mandela did. At some point, Mandela was inside the prison and controlling the ANC. Because the ANC was a very large organization, with hierarchy, command structure and all of that. But he was in prison running the show. Whatever he says, became an article of faith for the African National Congress. And even when people like Bob Sobukwe of the Pan-Africanist Congress, try to alter the narrative, against the ANC and in favor of militancy, because ANC at that time was not really talking about militancy. That was like Nelson Mandela was that, well, I cannot ask the white man to get on a steamship and go back to Europe. They are already here, but we can live together. But PAC, Pan-Africanist Congress of Bob Bob Sobukwe was like, oh, no, these people have to leave. We have to take control and all of that. And it was a long history, right from the Jan van Riebeeck time of 1648 and all of that. It's a long history. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that it's good that Nnamdi Kanu is coming out to say, look, this is what it is. And when they say that he takes money for people to visit him, has it become an artifact or what? Has it become, what do you call it? Is it a United Nations World site or what? How do they call it again? This place that people visit that are
museum.
Has it become a museum or what, that people have to pay money to go and visit him and all of that? I understand that our people, have sometimes tried to, gain popularity by just Nnamdi Kanu must. During the elections, when somebody wants to get into politics, say, oh no, Biafra must, Nnamdi Kanu must, this one, that one. And after that, the whole thing fizzles out, Yeah. So, but 2027 is around the corner. So let us see the cards they are going to play with that. The age of populism, is fast going. People understand now, look, that this thing that they call, what do they call it again? That he's, oh God, on top of my head, I can't remember.
Cloud chasing?
No, not cloud chasing, that I'll remember it in the course of this thing, that somebody has to come and speak, charisma.
Okay.
That the age of charisma is gone, Okay. The age of charisma is gone. What people want is, look, what have you done for your people? You are a governor. Nobody is interested in your oratory. You are a member of the House of Rep or you're a senator. Nobody is interested in the grammar you speak. How many roads have you constructed? How many people have you empowered?
But but Mr. Koro, do you really think Nigerians are asking those questions?
No, Nigerians are beginning to ask those questions.
You think so?
Yes, Nigerians are asking those questions.
Okay.
Because the senator that represents me now in the Senate, OUK, when he was governor, he didn't do anything for us, Abia North people.
Okay.
But he has done more as a senator than what he did in 8 years of his governorship. Okay. So people are beginning to say, oh, well, we had an opportunity. You had a second chance and you made good use of it. Okay. And he's angling to go for another term, even when he had said, look, by 2027, I'll be out of it. But I hear that he is wanting to, and people are saying, well, you have done so well in the period that you served as governor. If you want to go again, we are going to support you. Some people are saying, no, it is the turn of another area of the zone to go. So in all of that, what people are asking for now is, what has Orji done for us? And the scorecard is there. It is visible that people can see it. So no matter how the level of good English you speak, people are no longer interested. Somebody like Enyinnaya Baribe, Enyinnaya has been one populist politician, he's lashes on the Biafran thing and all of that. But when you go to his constituency say, well, we don't know this man. He's not done anything for us, in the past how many years that he's been in the Senate. But at some point, if you mention Enyinnaya Baribe, the average Igbo man will say, well, that's it. That's the man that is it, because what he talks about Biafra, he talks about the Igbo cause and all of that. But that age is gradually fizzling out. That is what our politicians need to understand at this point.
Oh, well, let's get into another conversation now. Also, what Nigerians are talking about. Nigeria's political scene has been jolted by a dramatic realignment in Kano State, where Governor Abba Kabiru Yusuf and 21 members of the State House of Assembly, including Speaker Jibril Ismail Falgore and Deputy Speaker Mohammed Bello Butu, 8 federal lawmakers and all 44 local government chairmen have defected from the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Now, the move, announced during plenary and confirmed by Governor Yusuf's resignation letter, comes just days after his closed-door meeting with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja. Well, Yusuf cited deepening internal crisis and prolonged leadership dispute within the NNPP as reasons for the mass exodus, while the APC swiftly decorated Kano Government House with its flag to mark the takeover. The defection have sparked fierce backlash from NNPP leader Rabiu Kwankwaso, who branded January 23 World Betrayer Day and accused Yusuf of abandoning the Kwankwansiya movement that brought him to power. Oh well. it's politics. It's politics at play, and it feels like with everybody running to the APC because that's where they feel safe. That's where they know that they can contest for elections and not have the courts throw them out. I wonder what we would have in 2027. Already, it feels like it's going to be an easy sale for the presidential candidates of the APC come 2027, because some states are already giving him money to purchase a nomination of interest from. Kogi State Governor and the APC in Kogi State gave him how much now? 100 million. Is it 100 million? About 100 million naira for the nomination of interest form. So, and then it's expected that more states will come in and give amounts in support of 2027 campaign. So President Tinubu, has a free reign come 2027 election. But for Rabi Kwankwanso, I wait to see where he goes to, because he's still, as far as I am concerned, he's still undecided as to where he wants to pitch his tent. Is he going to stay with his Kwankwansia movement? Will his Kwankwansia movement give him the relevance that he needs as a politician going forward? Or will he pitch his tent elsewhere? Will he stay with NNPP, or will he pitch his tent elsewhere? Already there are talks that he might be going to ADC, but until he comes out playing, and then we would know where he's going to. But this is what we have right now in Nigeria, and in Nigeria's political space, and it is heartbreaking, to say the least.
Yes, this is what we have. It is not only heartbreaking, it is frightening, and it is scary, because I don't know where we are headed at this point. And unfortunately, that is what it is. Now, talking about the president having a free rein in 2027, sometimes I sit back and I wonder how we got to this point where we have abandoned governance and politics. And the only thing that we do now is, to talk about who gets into office, who gets into office in 2027. Let's take a scorecard of what we have done in the past 2 years and probably 8 months or so, because by May now, this administration will be 3 years. In terms of policies, well, we have looked at policies, the tax reforms law, tax reforms act, what are the policies? Okay, the first subsidy removal, the infrastructure model, and all of that. Have we really done good as a people in the past 2.5 years? We have a president who is always absent, and anytime he comes back, the first thing he does is to shove one governor, from another political party to his own political party. The man is simply destroying the fabrics of our democracy, whether we like it or not. And that is what it is. Nigeria has not had it so bad like in the past 2 years in terms of democracy. And this is a man who came to office, crested into office as a Democrat right from his Nadeko days. And the only thing the current president has done is to destroy the fabrics of our democracy. And everybody is just sitting back and watching, looking at scans, and the opposition, what they do is put up a feeble effort. Some people even believe that members of the opposition are also working for the president.
It's not possible.
Yes. It's unfortunate because we focus more on money.
We focus more on money. How
much is in it for me? And that's what's affecting every other person in the opposition. Because all of them just want a continued take from the national cake.
And none of them really have any. They don't have the interest of the people at heart. And it's very sad, just to say, and just to ride on what you said earlier. And this is a very strategic move, because Kano is not just any state.
Kano is not just any state. It's a swing
political
state.
gold. They have the numbers, they have the structure. So anybody who can even capture Kano has pretty much won an election. And it's really sad.
In the Northwest.
Yes, in the Northwest. And it's even more saddening because We've always feared that we are fast, moving into becoming a one-party state. And it is very obvious. It's just 14
So at
months
last
away.
count, he has 29 governors.
So what? I mean, how many are left on the other side? And it's barely 14 months.
It's a one-party state.
It's one-party state. And look at the level of rascality that we see.
Yeah, it's barely 14 months.
Okay.
And this is already happening. I'm just wondering what will happen a month to the elections. It's really, really frightening, really,
So
really
how many more governors do we have that haven't joined the APC?
They're up to 6.
We have 4 for the PDP. We have 4 for the PDP. 4 for the PDP. You have Oyo, Adamawa, Dauda Lawal.
Okay.
And Oyo, Adamawa, Zamfara. And there are 4 of them. Okay. There are just 4.
And then Alex Oti.
Alex
of
Oti.
The Labour Party.
And Accord Party, in Osun State. And ABGA in Anambra State. So basically,
ABGA in Anambra State is basically
one leg here, one leg
APG,
there. But before we run to the papers, look at the kind of rascality we see. A governor doled out 100 million naira from where? Who was he before he became governor? Where did he get all that money from? And we say we are practicing democracy. In the Western world, you can't do this. Where did you get the money from?
But Mr.
People will
Okoro,
ask questions.
Do you even think we can pull up a formidable opposition before these elections come through? Because
Jen,
you think it's
it's a different.
We're
it's a
running
long
out
story.
of time
It's a
for
long
newspaper
story.
headlines. Let's leave this conversation. We'll come back to it some other time. Okay. Now let's run to the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. And straight away to the Guardian newspaper. Now these are the headlines here. Residents on brink as rents spike above yearly income in major cities. It's not a small something. People are having to live in Ibadan, work in Lagos, and come to Ibadan and stay days squatting before going back home. That's what we are facing right now. More headlines. DHQ to court-martial indicted officers in coup plot. I think I saw something about death penalty somewhere in one of the dailies this morning. Don't let 2027 politics undermine governance. Sislak warns National Assembly. Tax laws. NEF guard demands probe. Sanctions over alleged alteration. And some other headlines here. Oil spill worsens in Ogoni 1 month after FG's intervention. Adeleke orders APC officials to vacate LG Secretariat. And APC tightens grip, sweeps Yusuf Muftwang, Atiku's son, in widening realignment. Yes, Atiku's son has joined APC. 15 million Nigerians consume illicit substances, Maruba declares. Soludo orders 1 week closure of Onitsha main market over seat at home. And those are the headlines there.
And on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune today, alleged coup, military to court-martial 16 officers. Soludo shuts down Onitsha main market for a week over sit at home. Alleged fraud, AGF takes over Shettima'S prosecution from ICPC. Gunmen abduct school proprietress in Ondo, 3 daughters of Plateau Water Board MD. Oyo at 50, Makinde pledges commitment to securing better future inclusive development for states. With Kano governor's defection, APC now controls 29 states. 36 assembly members, 44 local government chairmen follow Abba Yusuf to party. Shettima to receive Muftang into APC today. Oshu LGA's tenure elongation illegal in democracy, Adeleke tells APC. Oyetola using police to lay siege to council secretariats, he alleges. APC reacts, denies allegations. No plan to drop Shettima as Tinubu's running mate, the APC saying. Nigeria records first robotic women's gynecology surgery in West Africa. And those are the fronts.
And let's quickly run through the Daily Sun newspaper. Beside the nameplate, Osun LGA's tenure elongation illegal in democracy, Governor Adeleke tells APC. Accuses ex-Governor Oyetola of using police to lay siege on council secretariats. The Sun Awards, Akaburonye, Kenneth Okonkwo expressed happiness. Now the big story, military opens up on coup plot against Tinubu. With the riders, officers found to have cases to answer will be arraigned before appropriate military judicial panel. That's coming from the defense headquarters. I'll check that again for clarity. Officers found to have cases to answer will be arraigned before appropriate military judicial panels. DHQ, that's Defense Headquarters. Court martial of 16 officers to begin soon. More stories from the Daily Sun newspaper. Soludo shuts on the main market for 7 days, overseas at home, as Anambra closes 54 health facilities over quackery, whatever. Strike. FCTA workers urged to sustain solidarity as union held massive turnout in court. Customs surpasses 2025 revenue target by 697 billion naira, hits 7.28 trillion naira again this year. Now, I will check that again for emphasis and clarity. Customs surpasses 2025 revenue target by 697 billion naira, hits 7.28 trillion naira. Yet we keep borrowing. Hearing in final forfeiture suit of UK property linked to Useni Ozokome stalled. AGF takes over Ozokome's trial. And that's it from the Daily Sun newspaper.
And that's it from newspaper headlines. We'll get into the conversation. We'll talk about more of those stories at 10 o'clock when we come your way during newspaper review proper. But in the meantime, let's get into our very first conversation for this morning. Insecurity deepens as Amnesty International faults federal government over fresh northern bandit attacks. President travels abroad. Join us again. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. Nigeria's worsening insecurity has once again taken center stage as Amnesty International accused the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration of lacking any effective plan to end atrocities committed by armed groups, warning that the government's failure to protect citizens has emboldened bandits and insurgents. Well, the criticism came on the heels of fresh attacks in the north, where suspected bandits killed 2 people and kidnapped 6 in Kankara, Katsina State, while another farmer was murdered on his way to his farm in Taraba. Communities across the region remain gripped by fear, with residents lamenting that promises of improved security have not translated into real protection. Well, the outrage has been compounded by President Tinubu's frequent foreign trips, with reports showing he has spent 9 out of January's 26 days outside Nigeria, most recently departing Abuja for a state visit to Turkey. Critics argue that the president's constant travels project an image of neglect at a time when insecurity is spiraling, while opposition voices and civil society groups accuse the government of misplaced priorities. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Prince Francis Chilaka. Prince Chilaka is a political affairs analyst. He will help us make sense of this. Good morning, Prince. Good to have you. And from our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Oriabo is an activist as well as a political affairs commentator. Good morning to you, Comrade Roy Oriabo.
Thank you for having me.
Beautiful. And we've also been joined by Mr. Emeka Umabalase. Emeka is a political affairs analyst and commentator. Good morning to you, Emeka Umabalase, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Good morning.
Beautiful. Now let's get into it. Let's start from the studio. Here we have the Prince. Prince, in the midst of insecurity, our president jumped on a jet and flew out. What's your reaction to that?
Did he just jump and flew out? He went with his Minister for Defense. He went with his National Security Advisor. In other words, your president took the entire security architecture out of the country. So the people are now left to fend for themselves.
The Minister of Defense is there.
The National Security
Advisor is there.
So they went with him.
But the Chief of Army Staff is here.
Who gives
the Minister of State for Defense is here.
Who gives the instructions?
Well, they can get instructions from...
You see, the thing is, like Amnesty said, the government has not shown goodwill towards the fight against insecurity. You see, if this government channels the energy, channels in accepting defectors, asking, bringing governors into APC, and all of that, we probably would have made a headway. But we just have too much talk and little action. And the people have always been left worse than they were from the outset. So yes, I totally agree. The government has not done enough. The government is not doing enough. I mean, it is in this country, you and I, a few days back, that 100 and something people were kidnapped and moved. They were moved from 3 churches into wherever they are being kept. And we're asking, was it that there was just a tunnel created that allowed them to go through the tunnel to the hideout of the bandits or the kidnappers? No police, no army, nothing. Are you not worried about it?
Okay.
It simply shows you that even as we sit here, analyzing, we're not safe. Anything can happen. Because the police will be very quick to say they want to deny it. They'll tell you it didn't happen. They'll say it didn't happen.
Okay. Now, Prince, as we talk about all of this, there's something. If you look at the screen now, we're showing the number of people that are lined up to see the president. Number one is your governor, your state governor, Hope Uzodinma, who is always there, to say bye-bye and say welcome to the president. But in all of this, look, that's Nyesom Wike. People were saying, look, that Nyesom Wike has been benched, but he's there, seeing the president off to Turkey. So clearly showing that, look, well, there are no cracks in the wall between the president and the minister. But the prince, I know you want to say something, but my question is this. In the president's presence, people are killed. In the president's presence, inflation spikes. In the president's presence, we don't have hospitals. We don't have good roads. We are just trying to survive as a people. Our disposable incomes keep sliding, taking a nosedive. And now the president gets out of the country to go and do one thing on behalf of Nigeria. Nigerians say, oh, he has traveled again. Should his absence mean anything to us? Because in his presence, we are still in deep problems.
Okoro, is this thing not laughable? What you just showed on the screen, is it not laughable? Is it not showing you how mediocre our leaders have become?
But we are the ones that elected. We are the ones that elected these people.
They elected themselves.
No, they didn't. We elected them.
You elected them. I didn't elect them. This is the height of mediocrity. This is what we used to do when we were in primary school those days. When the president is driving past, they bring us out and give us flag to hold. This is what adults, this is what fathers of people are doing. Are they not ashamed? Are their family members not ashamed of them? This is a wicked that was running yesterday for his life. People have been on strike for how many days? Over unpaid salaries. I mean,
maybe he was running to the airport to go see.
It simply shows you.
Maybe he was not running away from the strike.
It simply shows you that those who call themselves leaders in this country don't have any respect for the Nigerian people. I'm sure you read the press release by Bayan Onoga about the trip. Did he tell you when Mr. President is coming back? Did he mention it when the president is coming back? It simply shows you that you have leaders who do not care what happens to you.
Right. Let's return to the question of the president's absence, his presence and his absence.
His absence is not meaning anything. The president says he has 8-point agenda for Nigerians. Security, food security, employment, all of that. Which one of them can this presidency boast of?
All right, that's
whether
a big
the president
question.
is here or not.
Okay, so Nigeria is on autopilot.
Right now, the country is on autopilot.
All right, thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. Let's take this conversation to Mr. Umar Balasi Emeka. Good morning to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to have you again. The other time we had you here, unfortunately, I think the network did not allow us to have a good conversation, but it's good to have you again. Now, we're talking about insecurity and the president jetting away again after spending about 9 days, first 9 days in 2027. But let's talk about your work with Inter Society. Now, that work, I mean, the story has been all over the place with New York Times reporting what they said, you said. Now, let's give you an opportunity to clear the air on some of those things on this platform. All right, because I understand you've granted interviews in some other places. Now, your work covering insecurity in parts of Nigeria, reporting death and death of Christians in Nigeria. Some have said that was what motivated the American government to bomb Nigeria. How do you react to that statement, and how do you think this narrative will affect the coverage of insecurity in Nigeria, the reporting and coverage of insecurity in Nigeria?
It is very laughable. Our work did not cause the bombing of Sokoto by the Nigerian military and the United States. It was wrong for the New York Times to have said that. I think New York Times was set out to discredit an existing data that was viewed years back, starting from 2098. So there is a difference between when a media organization set out to interrogate a data, an existing data. And when another media organization set out to discredit that existing data, I think the work of the job of New York Times, was clearly to discredit, to attempt to discredit an existing data. Unfortunately, that couldn't, happen. And then, unfortunately for us too, motive is very, very difficult to be detected. It was after the interview granted to us on 16th of December, after the publication had come out, that we discovered the motive. The thing was well packaged. We didn't know the motive was evil. Having said that, our data on there are so many types of insecurity in Nigeria. In other words, if you are talking about general state of insecurity, which involves a lot, like you just highlighted. But this time around, we are concerned with the insecurity that has to do religious insecurity.
Okay, that's your major focus.
Religious insecurity. Insecurity, persecution. That is religious persecution. The opposite of religious persecution is a protection of religious rights or religious freedom. So this time around, we focus on religious persecution, and in that our report, it included both Christians and Muslims. The summary of the report is that in between 2009 and 2025, we have an established data based on in line with international best practices. Now, 125,000 influences Christians were hacked to date, in addition to estimated 60,000 moderate Muslims. They were all killed by Muslim jihadists. So that's the grand finding report.
All right, interesting.
Do you understand?
Yes, absolutely.
New York Times came to, we were on our own when they reached out to us.
Okay.
We resisted. Then eventually they brought in somebody who has been a friend for many years. So we granted them, the interview. So when they came, they pretended, they packaged the whole thing to look at.
What do you think the motive of that interview was? What do you think, from your understanding now, what do you think it was?
The motive we didn't discover the motive from the beginning. But it was when the publication was made that the motive came out. Motive, even as a criminologist, it's very, very difficult for me to sometimes detect the motive behind a relationship. And in this time around, we discovered the motive after the hacked job.
In simple terms, what do you think the motive is or was?
Well, the motive was to discredit our data. The motive was to execute a hatchet job.
Okay, a hatchet job. Okay, now let's add some credibility to the data collected over time, because you've been doing this for quite some time, from 2009, I believe. Now, the BBC has questioned the collation of your data, the methodology with which you collated that and put out the figures that you put out. Tell us quickly, how you have been able to collate data, how the process of collating your data.
With my criminological background, data collection is usually divided into many parts, broadly into two. We have data collected through primary sources. We have data collected through secondary sources. And again, most importantly, pinning them down to a particular, a particular activity, that is a crime. For instance, does it have anything to do with a religious crime or religious insecurity? The answer is yes. So we have the two major types of data collection, which I've just mentioned. Even in that primary sources of data, you can never be there to witness everything. You are, even if you move to a crime scene, You are going there to be told a story.
Okay,
we are not there.
That of course brings me to my next question. Do you have people that report? Do you have people that
secondary data? Of course. Okay, go ahead with your question.
Do you have people that that you meet and they tell you, oh, this was what happened, this was how it happened? Do you have eyewitnesses? Do you collate their own information?
Of course, all those things are contained in the data you are talking about.
Okay.
With primary sources, you have people. We deploy our trained staff and field research assistants who go there. Sometimes I even lead as a criminologist, I lead investigative team myself. For instance, between November and December, I think so. Yeah. Between November and December, I personally made an investigative team to Ezago in Enugu State and a Hamufu in Enugu State. Investigating the role of Fulani, jihadist Fulani herdsmen in those areas, and so on and so forth. The other time, I returned from Benue State, and I came back with two young victims, two survivors who survived recent Fulani jihadist attacks. They were part of 4,000 parishioners of St. Michael Catholic Church in Castinala, who were running from Bila to Helter Skelter. They moved to Amadi in Taraba State, and only for Fulani to go there and attack them. So eventually, the Reverend Father Sinemian pleaded, and I took two of them home. As I'm talking to you now, I'm quartering them, feeding them, and all that. So our data collection is divided into two. And I say we have secondary
and
sources.
Primary sources. Yeah, these are the basic sources of collecting data. Yes.
Yeah. Now, so these are the with international practice.
All right. Emeka, let me stay with you on the issue of, because in your opening intervention, it said something like, that you focus on religious persecution. And in focusing on religious persecution, from your studies, from the data you have gathered over time, is there a way you can establish, do you have accurate information that will lead to the conclusion that there is something called Christian genocide in Nigeria?
Of course, there is a Christian genocide. It depends on what's genocide, there is no confusion in definition of genocide.
Okay.
That is why Nigeria is a state party to the 1948 Genocide Convention. Genocide Convention of 1948. Nigeria is still a state party. So there is no confusion. Unlike terrorism, we still have some challenges in universal in finding a common definition of terrorism around the world. But in times of genocide, there is an agreement, global agreement, and Nigeria is still a state party to it. So there is Christian genocide ongoing in Nigeria. That one is established.
Okay, when you say there is Christian genocide in Nigeria, what leads you to that conclusion? Is it because Christians are being killed by other people?
No, not other people. Christians are big. After all, every person that is killed in Nigeria outside the law belongs to a religion.
Okay.
If you look at Nigerian government statistics, National Bureau of Statistics of 2023 to 2024, a period of 1 year, the statistics stated clearly, and some say bogusly, that 614,000 Nigerians were killed as a result of insecurity between April 2023 and May 2024. That's Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics report.
Okay.
You understand? So now we have a report, for instance, in Eastern Nigeria. That one talked about general state of insecurity, the role of armed state actors and role of non-armed state actors in killing people outside the law. We are dealing with established rules and protocols under the United Nations and AU system and the other international law. So we know that. So it's not just about this.
All right. It's not just about it. Emeka, why I want us to talk about the issue of Christian genocide is that, look, we have people that say, oh, people of other religion, are also killed. So will it be proper to say there is Christian genocide, there is Muslim genocide? Is that the right thing to say?
I don't think there is Muslims are also killed. When you talk of killings on the ground of religion, you also talk of proportional representation and things like that. what percentage of Christians?
Okay, so proportional representation. What you are saying is that the number of Christians that are killed are more.
Are more. And then the actors, who are the killers?
Okay, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Who are the killers?
Who are the killers? Very importantly, who are the killers?
So from your findings, which people are doing the killings?
For instance, they are most Islamic jihadists. And let me tell you about jihadism. Jihadism is divided into two. Jihadists divided jihadism into two. They believe they believe that even if it is a land is ruled by Muslims, is under Muslim rule.
Okay.
But there are impure, impure, I don't know how to put it, Muslims that seems to be.
All right. Emeka, land on your thought, because there's another question I want to ask you. I'd like for you to land.
Okay. Muslims, I mean, the land is ruled by Muslims.
Okay.
But whereby it is found that the people, the rulers and the people over there are not subscribed to, do not subscribe to Sharia and all that. Then it is the belief of the jihadists that those people, even though they are Muslims, should also be targeted to force them to subscribe to the norm. Okay. Then another one is a land not ruled by Muslims. A land not ruled by Muslims. It is believed that the rulers of the land and their people must be subjected, must be brought.
Now, these are the two types of people that kill. Okay, now, Emeka,
in terms of jihadism is what I'm saying, the two objective of jihadists. That's what I have just explained.
All right. Now my direct question to you is this. Do you have instances, do you have data, where Christians have killed Muslims in a proportion that will amount to genocide, Muslim genocide?
No. It is not researchable.
It's not researchable. I know, I don't get that. What do you mean when you say it's not researchable?
No. I mean, from the way you speak, you pass through a lot of processes.
Okay, why I ask this question is because we had a guest here who said, look, that some of the people that bear Muslim names and they kill Muslims and Christians are actually Muslims. He gave instances. Some of the people that bear Muslims' names are actually Christians.
Let me also, it is an attempt to push back on something that cannot be substantiated.
All right.
I will give you, there are certain research work that if you want to do, like, I don't know why you are pretending as if you are not a letter person. I mean, I know you are very, very letter. But let me give you one instance. Not every research, and not every university, not every study is researchable. For instance, if you go to your supervisor, assuming you are doing your thesis, and you go to your supervisor to assign you to a particular title, and you say, please, Prof, I want to do my thesis on the number of the killings of Hausas by Igbo people in Nigeria. Do you know the report? The reply, the Prof will say, my friend, we can choose another topic. It is not researchable.
All right then. Thank you very much, Emeka. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. We'd like you to just stay with us. Let's get other respondents in as well. We have Comrade Roy Oriabo, who joins us from Benin. Comrade Roy, thank you very much for staying back and for your patience. Well, now let's talk about the narrative where we left off. Now, the narrative of non-Muslims carrying arms. We've seen videos surface online where they would say, "Oh, if you listen to their accent, the language they speak, the Fulfulde they speak, or the Hausa they speak is not exactly Hausa. It is they have a Igbo intonation." We've seen narratives like that online. I don't know if you've seen quite a few. All right. So what do you make of that narrative that those that are not from the northern part of Nigeria or those who are not Fulani, are perpetrating some of these killings as well? What do you make of that narrative?
Once again, thank you for having me. I've said it before that Nigeria is an unusual place. There are things that happen in this country you begin to wonder where we are headed to. Or we are coming day in, day out, year in, year in. We are all lamenting in this country. I see the book of lamentation was written because of Nigeria. The issues on ground are very direct. As the last speaker said, there are things that are researchable. You know, you don't just need no records to even prove all those kind of arrangements. We are discussing it now as a result of the failure of the system, the government of the days. Over the years, the government have laid a foundation, navigating towards failure. That's why we are still discussing it. In one of the sister sessions yesterday, I told the world that we cannot continue to be lamenting to know who is right, who is wrong. The people, since the people have taken a decision to help themselves, then they should embrace negotiation. Because if you see a man who is destined to ravage and take your life, if you have any way to negotiate with that person, you have to do that. I believe this is the time for we to be discussing solution, not for we now to continue to be lamenting. You know, now the people need to have engaged. When you were talking just now, somebody, Mr. Korota said that the president has spent about 9 days in this country, is moving ahead. He have to move ahead because even within the system, everybody is overwhelmed. The system is also overwhelmed.
So the president is overwhelmed.
Of course, that's the reason why they cannot give you a solution. Once you can't give a solution, you can't provide solution, you are overwhelmed. Then the people without resort to self-help. And that's the reason why you are saying the sub-nationals, the governors, they are telling you that we want to negotiate. We want to talk with the bandits. And you hear the defense minister saying, don't negotiate, don't discuss with them. You are sitting there in the comfort of your office in Abuja. You are telling the people who reside in the villages not to negotiate. Is it not better for them to negotiate? As we are talking now, is the minister of defense, is in Nigeria? The answer is no. The president is not in Nigeria. Therefore, you are not telling the people who are being oppressed, who are being killed on a daily basis, not to negotiate.
Okay, so negotiating now, is that the solution to the problem? Or should
of course, it's the immediate solution.
Negotiating.
Yes, it's the immediate solution. Before you not be
what sort of negotiation are we talking about? Because we have a situation where 177 were taken away from three churches, about 29 million deposit, 29 million naira deposit has been asked for them, which monies that will be used to replace the motorbikes that they lost in that raid. Should that be given to them? Do you think negotiating with them will? I ask again. Do you think that will be the solution?
The immediate solution is negotiation, because it's negotiation. Before the people are demanding for that money, it's because the system can no longer protect the citizens.
Well, the president is in Turkey, a country that we know has military might, and they have their own issues there as well. But the president of Turkey was in Nigeria in 2021, if I remember clearly, where he met with former President Muhammadu Buhari, and we talked about doing some sort of exchange, getting ammunition from them, security, and all of that. And that's exactly why you have the Minister of Defense and the National Security Advisor accompany the president on this particular mission to Turkey. But when Erdogan visited Nigeria in 2021, he told President Buhari, he was concerned about the presence of a movement, a terrorist organization that they call FETO. I don't know if you've heard of FETO. FETO is a Fetullah Terrorist Organization, FETO, which basically emanated from Turkey. And he did say that, look, this organization is in Nigeria, and research has shown that that organization is present in Nigeria. It's a terrorist organization recognized as a terrorist organization by OIC and some other Pakistan and some other organizations as well. But in Nigeria, they have not been designated a terrorist organization. And we understand from researchers that they have invested in healthcare, they have invested in education in Nigeria. the president of Turkey is saying that this is a terrorist organization. You should be wary of them. And we are saying, okay, no, we are okay with them because they are not, you know, they are investing in healthcare, they're investing in education. Do you think the president's visit to Turkey this time around will yield any result in terms of fighting insecurity now?
As I said I said that we can't continue to be lamenting. You know, at least let us paint a picture of hope. And that's the reason why.
Isn't that a picture of hope?
Yes,
Seeking assistance to combat insecurity.
That is the reason why I said negotiation. Negotiation is the primary and immediate solution now. Because let us not be bothered. By the time the president is coming back from his travel, he will be well equipped, well enhanced. He can take it to the secondary level. But at the primary level now, let's do negotiation to secure any persons under the incarceration, from those terrorist organizations. Because today now, you have seen where governors sitting there telling you that we have to discuss, we have to negotiate with this person so that our people can go to farm. Are you not bothered to sit down and say, why is the governor talking like this? This is a governor who have information, have quality information at his disposal. He's saying it is negotiation that will help us at this material time. You are not that does not have information. Do you know what it says being a governor? Do you know the kind of information that is available on a daily basis? By seconds, by minutes, is getting information. Therefore, if a governor is telling you, let's go on negotiation, take that governor very serious and know how far you have gone down within him to realize that we have to negotiate.
All right, thank you very much.
You are hoping Abuja.
Thank you very much.
Abuja may not necessarily come, and the Abuja have never come. Therefore, you cannot now be believing that they will come. But they say, let's paint a very good picture, a picture that Nigeria know there. So I believe that the president is out of this country. I think today is 28 or 27, as the case may be. He have only spent 9 days in this country, and therefore these are emergency movement. Maybe he will be able, when he's coming back, he will call something reasonable that will. But before he's coming back, let us now do negotiation. I call it primary.
All right, thank you very much, Comrade Roy Oriabo.
So that people can enjoy their.
Thank you for your thoughts there. Let's bring this to Prince Francis Chilaka. Negotiation, he says. You know, that seems to be the only way. Well, some have said, how about if Nigerians are allowed to carry weapons and defend themselves? Wouldn't that help solve the problem one way or another? Now, that's on one side. As you react to that, the president's recent visit to Turkey, right after they came in 2021, what did we benefit from their coming and bilateral agreements reached in 2021? What should we expect differently this time around?
We all have different ways to look at issues. Just like we have different routes into the market. When I hear educated Nigerians say negotiate, we don't seem to try to understand history. Katsina State has been negotiating with bandits. How have they fared? Zamfara State, that much I know, has been negotiating with bandits. There's something about terrorism that we almost understand. Each time you enter into a negotiation with a terrorist, and he says, give me 50 million, and you end up giving 30 million, and he releases the hostages. When that money runs out, he goes to get another set of hostages. They never stop. It is because of that insatiability that people say, don't negotiate.
But do you understand that budgets being made by states, some of them, the monies that they get, there's a section of it that they set aside for things like this.
How many state governors, Moses, how many state governors have come out to tell you that in their negotiations they pay ransom? How many times has the police agreed that ransom is paid? Even when the family of the victims pay, the police will tell you no ransom was paid. So it's not about, when you say negotiation, I think everybody is just trying to look at where Gumi is
an easy way out.
No,
I think people are looking for an easy way out.
No, how is it the way out? Look at what's happening in Katsina State, where they want to release 70 terrorists.
Would you advise
No, I'm coming.
a ground raid?
I'm coming.
Okay.
They want to release 70 terrorists back into society.
Mm.
Have you thought about the consequences of that action?
What do you
Have
think
you
the
thought about the
consequences?
consequences?
Let me
of
ask my question.
Those who
What do you
arrested
think?
them.
What do you
No,
think?
I'm coming. Those
What do you
who
think the
arrested them.
consequences
That's what
would
I'm coming to.
be if there is an attack on the camps of the bandits that have kidnapped people and are holding them
There's always
within their
collateral
camps?
damage.
Collateral damage.
There will always be collateral damage. Whether you pay the
victims,
ransom,
collateral
there
damage
will always be
of the
collateral
victims.
damage. There will be collateral damage. For any society to work, sacrifices have to be made.
More like something has to give.
Something must give way.
Okay.
So we should ask ourselves. The question we should be asking ourselves is that all the agreements entered into with bandits in some states in the
What
north.
have they yielded?
Yeah.
My second question about the president's visit. 2021, they were here. Bilateral agreement was reached. 2026 now, we are going there to for another round of bilateral agreements.
We should be asking what came out of the bilateral agreement of 2021. What did we benefit as a nation?
Military support.
Where is the military support? Where is the military support? America is saying they want to give you support. You're running away from the people that are giving you free support. You're going to people who are not even, who also have their own problem. Turkey is also battling with terrorism, you know that.
Yeah, the PKK.
And then you see, when I look at issues, I try not to go two ways. I try not to go tribal, I try not to go religious. But Nigeria situation is pushing people to that point where you cannot but exhibit that tendency of either being a tribalistic person or being a religious person. You understand? So you cannot run out of it. But the truth of the matter is that when Gumi came up and said, go to Turkey, go to Pakistan, people started asking questions. These are predominantly Muslim countries. What is the agenda?
Muslim countries. But I pointed out here that this same predominantly Muslim countries have come to warn Nigeria about the presence of a terrorist group in Nigeria who are investing in healthcare, education, and they are operating. Some of them have, they are operating legally in Nigeria, and they have come to say these guys are members. They are part of the Gulen movement. They are part of the Fethullah terrorist organization, and you should be wary of them. But
you think the government be wary of such people?
When
the government is not able to provide.
No, but my point here is these are Muslim organizations.
When the government is not able to.
Don't you think they mean well?
No, when the government is not able to provide what they should provide ordinarily for the people, they align with whoever is providing it, irrespective of what that person's belief is. Have you forgotten? 400 names or 400 and something names was handed over to your former president, your late president.
By a predominantly Muslim nation as well.
Good. What have come out of it?
So should we
Let me tell you the truth. That's why I said sometimes I don't like to look at issues from religious and tribal perspective.
Okay.
But if you look at it very well,
All right.
you'll find out that there is more to it.
Okay, there's an nexus between
Yes.
us.
All right,
Now,
okay.
Prince, we are done talking about the problems. Now, what are the solutions? If we don't negotiate, what should we do?
Fire for fire.
Fire for fire.
Simple.
Okay.
Fire for fire.
Now it goes back to the question of Moses.
Because
you want us to do ground raids.
Because the people you're dealing with, they have no empathy.
Now,
They don't even care about you.
Prince, do we have that capability to engage these people?
I think we do. We just
Front lines.
the problem we have is corruption. Corruption is the problem we have. It's not that we don't have the.
All right, before you run out of time, let's move away. Thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. Mr. Umeagwalasi, let me come to you now. Now, what would you advise? I mean, you've gathered data, so you probably have also seen some of these bodies firsthand. You've spoken to those that have been involved in all of this. So tell us, what would you advise to be done? Should we have, frontal assaults, ground raids, or should we, find a way to resolve it, through negotiations and the rest? What are your thoughts, very quickly?
I think it's it boils down to political will. The political will is needed. And people have not even bothered to ask a question: how did all this mess, or how did this mess come about, or come upon Nigeria? As of 2015, what was the state of insecurity in Nigeria? As of January 2015, of course, we know we have lived with Boko Haram insurgency. But how come the players, those actively involved in the general state of insecurity in Nigeria, how come their number has tripled or multiplied? Just like somebody was talking about the Tula movement.
Yes.
As of 2014, end of 2014, we have 3 or 4 terror organizations in Nigeria. I think 3 or 4, 5. We have Boko Haram, ISWAP, Ansari, jihadist elements within the Fulani herdsmen. I think which other one again? Nothing. Now today, what is the number? What brought about it? How did they come from? I mean, where did they come from? Who brought them into this culture? Is it correct to say that we have more than 20 terror organizations, digitally and physically operating with linkages or engaged with the territory of Nigeria? You just mentioned Nigeria. What about Olorush? What about Lakaluwa? What about Ulo Ulo? So on and so forth. What about JNIM and many other organizations, many other terror organizations? We are there here before.
All right.
Is it not correct? Or is it correct to say that Nigeria has become an epicenter?
All right. Now, quick one. We were talking about earlier in the day. We're talking about unknown gunmen perpetrating evil in the southeast. Who would you say, from your research, are involved in that? Who are those unknown gunmen? Can we put a name to them?
I think the truth of the matter is that there was the unknown gunmen in the east. When we did investigation in general insecurity in eastern Nigeria, we have identified not less than 15, non-state actors or the government state actor link non-state actor armed groups.
More than 15 of them.
More than 15. For instance, we had some elements, these elements within the rank of Niger Delta, former Niger Delta militants.
Okay.
I wouldn't like to mention their name. Their leader, for security reasons, we have jihadist Fulani herdsmen and allied others. We have a counterfeit Biafra agitators that were, planted to.
Now, even if you don't want to mention the names of their leaders, can you mention the names of the organizations? So we stop calling them unknown.
Niger Delta Mujahideen militants. Okay. Then you have Niger Delta militants, Niger Delta Mujahideen groups. You have Niger Delta militants, Niger Delta militants. Okay. So to say, you have the Fulani herdsmen. You have allied others, those who are affiliated with Fulani herdsmen. You have the counterfeit Biafra agitators. You have subversive state actor created subversive elements drawn from security forces. We have the security forces themselves who left their job to get involved in incessancy of killings.
So are they working in synergy? From your findings?
Well, somewhere you have some of them working in synergy. I'm not yet exhausted. You have, what is this one that was formed in 2021? Ebubago.
Okay.
Ebubago also get involved in killing people outside the law. You have the renegades, you have those deviants from the mainstream Biafra.
It seems to me like an exhaustive list. I mean, you said 15 of them, and you mentioned quite a lot of names.
You have deviants. Let me explain this, very important. You have deviants from the mainstream Biafra agitating body. For instance, IPOB, you have IPOB deviants. You know, when you give a man, one thing is to give a man an AK-47 assault with munitions. Another thing is to put that man under check. If you fail to put him under check, then you have settled him. He did boy to you, and they have settled him because with that AK-47, he knows how to purchase weapons. You understand? He can use that weapon to get involved in kidnappings. He can transform that AK-47 and his enclave into kidnapping.
All right then. Thank you very much.
Things like that.
We are out of
These
time.
are players who are involved in general insecurity.
We are out of time.
And many others.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are out of time. But one more question. 1 minute before you go. You were described as the screwdriver seller. How does that make you feel?
Everybody has a beginning. Yeah, I'm a screwdriver salesman in Onitsha.
Okay.
But with his swag.
With swag?
Maybe from there.
I like that.
With his swag. Okay. So maybe from there, I've got my master's degree, I've got my first degree, and all that. So everybody has a beginning. So I accept that. That's what I
beautiful. Thank you very much.
It's different from saying that I am a criminal or a kidnapper or this. That means I have a lawful means of livelihood. So I accept that.
All right then. All right, screwdriver seller, Emeka Umeagbalasi. Thank you very much for coming on the program.
Thank you, sir.
All right then. Well, that's it on the first conversation. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll be talking about the split within the House of Representatives, within the National Assembly, talking about the tax law scandal and how governors have cried foul. Also, civil society are demanding probe into the illegal alterations. Stay with us as we dive into this conversation.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on 49, right? 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
Thank you very much for joining us again. Now we know what's been going on with in Nigeria with the tax laws, the alterations, and some things were found between when it was presented and deliberated upon and when it was gazetted. Now, gentlemen, we've talked about this quite a lot. Let's just get your thoughts in 1 minute each. Your thought. Well, we do have joining us Adams Atta Esquire. He joins the conversation this morning. Good to have you.
Thank you for having me.
And we still have Prince Francis Chilaka and Comrade Roy Oriabo also with us this morning. So, in 1 minute, Prince, I beg your pardon, Mr. Atta.
I think the government is not serious and truthful about the law, and that's what we are seeing. You don't just make law and you want to tax people, you want to collect people's money, you don't carry them
directly from their accounts.
Yes, that is wrong. I think it's a wrong notion the government wants to start from, because how will you justify it? Because the first procedure is that these people must account for their earning. How are you going to, without giving them opportunity to present their statement of account? So I don't think it's going to work. You can't just start having access to people's accounts, because it will breach the customer, banker and customer relationship, because the bank would not, they are not supposed to disclose that to the government, except they want to see series of lawsuits all over the Federation.
All right then, Prince Francis, please.
You know why I'm laughing? We keep talking about 419. We keep talking about Yahoo Yahoo. Government is gradually turning into Yahoo Yahoo and 419, because when you begin to access people's account without their consent, that's fraud. Where do you stop? If you're saying that, like Lagos State government is saying that they will now instruct the banks, do you know the implication of that? You can instruct the banker to move 1,000 naira. If they decide to move 20,000 naira, what do? So the government is gradually sliding into Yahoo Yahoo and fraud.
All right then. Comrade Roy Oriabo, in 1 minute, please. Let's get your reaction to this.
But I was not expecting anything different, because The National Assembly, the way Amana is populated now, you know, they are president, they have, the APC have overwhelming numbers. You don't expect anything different. And but when I saw the news, I visited it coming because the National Assembly, as it's constituted today, have since given up on them. They don't have that internal mechanism to do a thorough job, and that's the reason why the president and the president took them for granted. That's at the time a process was legislated upon. In the process of transition, they were able to utter it. And you see all of them. When I saw them, they were saying we are disassociating ourselves from the minority group. But by my high shame, I expect them to be bothered at what is going on in our own country. At what point? Why is the government on the day? Why is he in a hurry? Why are you in a hurry? Why you cannot work with the National Assembly? That's why the overwhelming number you have. You see when it uttering figures, uttering what decision reach, trying to manipulate a legislative process. Where is the president and the president? Where are they running to? What is the mission of this task regime? What is the potentials? What is going to be the gain at the end of the day if you want to use it to undo the people?
Oh, well, big questions there that you're leaving us with. But let's move away very quickly from that conversation. Let's get to what is going on within the Federal Capital Territory. Now, the industrial crisis rocking Nigeria's capital reached a fever pitch on Monday as hundreds of Federal Capital Territory Administration FCTA workers, backed by the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC, stormed the National Industrial Court in Abuja, demanding the removal of FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, chanting solidarity songs and waving placards. The workers accused Wike of high-handedness, poor welfare conditions, and anti-labor policies. Now, the protest coincided with Wike's legal move against the unions as the court fixed January 27 to rule on his application seeking to halt the ongoing strike. The dramatic face-off has paralyzed key services in Abuja, with schools, hospitals, and government offices crippled, while the NLC vowed to resist what it described as dictatorial tendencies by the minister. Well, the crisis in Abuja mirrors wider labor unrest across Nigeria as Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke publicly appealed to President Bola Tinubu to intervene in the prolonged withholding of local government allocations, lamenting that workers are suffering. So, we saw the video, and if we may, let's just have that one play again, so Nigerians will see firsthand, if they haven't already seen what happened in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, yesterday, as FCTA workers protested. Well, there you have it. Staffers of the FCTA protesting poor welfare. All right then. Well, let's bring it back to the studio now. Prince Francis Chilaka, we saw. I mean, you follow this. I
saw a video where the strong man was trying to escape. Was trying to run away. It simply shows you that Nigerians are getting it up here. Even the day it will happen, nobody will escape. See, let us be honest with ourselves. Wike thinks that FCT is Port Harcourt or River State, where he can hold the governor to ransom, where he can come into a state that he is not a governor and is organizing rally from one local government to another. Meanwhile, the people where he's supposed to be as a minister, they are suffering. He's running campaign, so to say, for 2027 in Rivers State. With whose money? Is it Rivers people money or FCT? The same person, the same minister that people are agitating and saying, we're not being taken care of. He went to London to witness his son's graduation. So you just have leaders who have no empathy, leaders who are wicked, leaders who don't care. And why do they behave this way? It's because Nigerians have become so gullible. We have taken our sovereignty, we've handed it over to people who cannot manage it. It is high time Nigerians begin to ask questions, begin to hold their leaders accountable. This is the beginning. It will get worse.
It will get worse. Now, Prince, we see the FCTA workers, asking for not their pay anymore, but the removal of Mwike. Do you think it's politically motivated?
It's their right. When you're not doing the right thing,
right to ask for Mwike to be removed.
Yes, when you're not doing the right thing, the only thing available to ordinary Nigerians is protest.
No. My question is,
because the man has not delivered.
Okay, they are asking for his removal.
He has not delivered. That's why they're asking for his removal.
So do you think that there's a political input?
I don't see any political input. When people are hungry, when people are frustrated, when people are depressed, you cannot be talking about politics.
No, I asked that question because, we saw local contractors being owed and they never asked for the removal of the minister.
Everybody
we have seen doctors quoted, they have never asked for the removal of the Minister of Health.
The reason why they are asking for his removal is that it has become obvious to them that this man cannot perform.
This man cannot perform. Our president told us you are one of the shining stars of this administration.
Your president will tell you that because he's a stooge of your president. He's one of those who made him president. He's one of those. He has boasted about it. So what do you expect? The president must fan his ego. But in truth, let us put statistics before us. If Wike is a performing minister, those working under him will not be complaining.
All right, let's bring this conversation to Mr. Atta here. Mr. Atta, what do you make of the crisis rocking the FCTA administration? Well, we saw a video that looks like they say, the minister is running, but I didn't see the minister run. But we also...
So he went in through the back door.
He went through the back door.
Because they were occupying the front. The entrance.
And I think he needed to run to the airport, to go see the president because the president was leaving. I'm not speaking for him, but I'm just making conjectures. Now, in all of this, I want to ask you the same question I asked Prince. They're asking for the removal of the minister. Does it look like there's some kind of political input in all of that? Well, they're asking for, better working conditions. So the removal of the minister, is that going to solve their problem? Or why don't they just insist, pay us our salaries and emoluments? Which one? Does it look like there's some kind of politics?
Let me start by saying that freedom is not given voluntarily. You ask for it, you demand for it, and you must showcase sign that you want freedom.
Okay.
So Wike, you want to be in charge. You can't eat your cake and have it. You can't be in Port Harcourt at the same time and then you'll be controlling the affairs of FCT. It's not done. You must concentrate. And that's why you see those people singing Port Harcourt. Abuja is not Port Harcourt, thereabouts. And we have seen that from last month till date, December till date, Wike spent 17 days in Port Harcourt. Abandoned his primary assignment in FCT. How will you describe that? As to whether or not there's politics underneath what we are seeing in FCT now, I don't think so, because we know for sure that Wike and his boss, Mr. President, they're in charge. They control the affairs of FCT. At the point, Wike have to brand himself, his car, as 001 in FCT. Who does that? You can't be operating like a governor, whereas you are an employee of the president. It's not done. He's an employee of the president, even though it's a constitutional appointment. But you must narrow down and understand that FCT itself is the face of our dear country. So for me, I know that as a matter of fact that it is part and parcel of their right to demand for accountability, for good government, and for results. And that is what they are doing. More importantly, that the relationship between Wike and all the staff of FCT is not a private arrangement where you see that the employee will continue to lullaby his or her boss. This is government established, what is it called? Okay. Employment. Is a public...
Let me quickly ask you. Now, he's gone to court to have the courts prevent the workers from continuing on strike, basically compelling them to get back to work. How do you think that will play out?
Well, the case...
this is not, this is not preempting the courts now. Just giving...
Yes, the matter is slated for judgment or ruling today.
On 27, okay.
27 is today, Tuesday. And then both parties have submitted the argument. You cannot force, what is it called? There's no court that will be setting to make an order to restrain the employees from exercising their rights, which is what they are doing. But what I don't support is the lawlessness, is the anarchy to which they went there to protest, and then they are exhibiting all kind of this thing. I'm not in support of lawlessness. Matter is in court. You are aware that the matter is rated for ruling today. Why not wait and see the outcome of that decision of the court.
Okay.
It's wrong for them to have entered there and then try to
you spoke
cause havoc.
from the position of the lawyer. You know, lawyers don't like, especially when a case is in court. Well, we understand all of that. Now, let's go to Benin City, where we have Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Roy, I would like to ask you, what do you make of what happened in the FCT yesterday, especially according to the barrister, when the case is already in court and had been slated for hearing today, and yesterday they went in, they went to the FCT, barricaded, the offices, and well, from what we gather, the minister had to use the back door and run off and run away and all of that. If our people make use of this kind of track, to get government attention, what does it speak about our freedom space, to express ourselves as a people?
Let me, those who are watching this program, let me inform us that I'm not a supporter of Wike. I'm also, Wike is not my friend, but I was seriously bothered yesterday when the Nigerian Labour Congress were now shouting that, calling for the removal of Wike. That means the whole arrangement to be very political. I expect them to maintain their lane. You are on strike over some certain decisions you have reached. You maintain it, but you are not going political. You remember the Nigerian Labour Congress at the time when he went to Imo State, where he was beaten up because we were told that he went political. I don't expect the Nigerian Labour Congress to always want to go political. Wike now, at his time now, Wike don't have many friends, especially within the commoners, the people in Nigeria. It's only some bourgeois who are now Wike's friends. Therefore, by the time you know that the tension is already there, and you are saying you are calling for the removal of Wike as a minister, I think that was those who advised them, informed them, they were ill-advised. And secondly, when I see people are still telling that Wike is behaving as his own one in Abuja, as if he was a governor, let us not be more Catholic than the Pope. The president gave Wike a job. He gave him that position to be a minister of SD. At any time, the president believed that the man is no longer acting according to the directive. I think the president have the right to act. By the time we are now saying that the Wike cannot behave like this, he cannot do this. Wike is an appointee of the president. The president has the absolute power to hire and fire at any time. As of today, Wike remained the minister and the president enjoyed him. You showed the pictures just now where the romance we have with the president. That will tell you that they are still on the good page. But I want the Nigerian Labour Congress to be more focused on their job. They must be more focused because this political dimension they are adding to it. The people will not take them serious. Although yours sincerely have not been taking Nigerian Labour Congress serious for over 4 years, I don't take them serious. I was not surprised with the kind of attitude. If you investigate this matter, don't be surprised that they will also mobilize or be employed by some politicians who are against Wike to come and be showcasing that. And you expect the president to act.
Politicizing.
Hold on to the reason why you are protesting is you are on strike. It's your right. But by the time you are calling for the removal of Wike, you make it very political.
Someone said in the studio that he spent 17 days in Port Harcourt, and it shows that he's not paying attention to their own plight. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, but I was going to ask you, but we do have Elvis Elimehele joining the conversation virtually. But let me quickly ask you 1 minute. If you're saying he should be removed from office because he spent 17 days out of 365 days, all right, is that it? Out of 365 days?
Not per se. At a time that
at a particular time.
At a particular time that you are to be at a designated place where you are assigned, and then you are not there to oversee.
Okay.
And then it's thereafter we are now seeing this.
Should we then ask for the removal of the president, seeing that out of 31 days he has spent 9 days in Nigeria?
No, if he has shown clearly that he's not fit and proper for the job, it's our rights.
But
let us get it right.
He's trying to look for solution to the problems of Nigeria.
You don't just go around
bilateral agreements.
You don't just go around junketing all over the world. What have we seen so far? Where is the results? List about 3 or 4 of the results.
You think you're not patient enough? Maybe if you're patient.
Patient for how long? We've been patient for the past 10 to 20 years.
No, but he's been in office for
no, it's a continuation.
2-3 years now.
He's there to continue what the immediate president left. Okay. So they have the same party ideology and everything.
Okay. All right then. Well, Mr. Elvis Elimehele, good to have you join the conversation virtually. And what's your take on this? The protest that took place in Port Harcourt, the call for the removal, NLC's involvement. First, it was FCTA workers, and then NLC came in, and and they're asking for the removal. You think it's politically motivated?
Good morning, Moses.
Your broad view. Good morning once again.
Another colleagues in the studio there. Thank you so much. What we saw yesterday is not far from political inclination invited and included into that protest. The protest was quite good. At least they are in court. They want the world to know what is actually going on. But a situation where the minister now the gate was blocked and the minister has to pass through the back door to run out of the office. I don't want them to turn it to violence because they have a case. Even the Holy Book says a laborer is due for his wages. And because of that, they have a case, and they should just exercise a little bit of patience since the case is coming out today for ruling, and wait for what the judge is going to say. If there were fracas, that have generated to somebody losing life yesterday, I mean, on whose account will you consider that life to be the loss of that life to? So I wasn't too comfortable with that. It could have degenerated to something else, especially in Nigeria here, where we see that both times when you roll out protests, hoodlums hijack it and it becomes something else. And again, for the person that is involved, for some time now, Wike has been in the news is for so many reasons. Some people will say his busybody has been so much. He was in Port Harcourt for 17 days during the Yuletide. And you remember, even at that time, there was so much tension in Abuja. The former NBA treasurer was killed by one chance, and there was also a nurse who was coming from work that also died through the same one chance. And people were like, where is the minister who is in charge of Abuja that's supposed to have, assist the police to strengthen the security situation of that capital city? But he was nowhere to be found. And all this one have actually been raising the tension because people, the residents of Abuja have been looking for their minister until he concluded that his thank you visit in Port Harcourt. He never deemed it necessary to go back, even when people were protesting in Port Harcourt. Remember, the NBA protested. They went
What do you think about
the
running to the courts to prevent the workers from continuing on strike? You think it's stifling the voices of the workers, or you think it's something that should be done?
No. Going to the court, I mean, he's just trying to exercise his right to that. The court, if the court actually sees that whatever his submissions are all right, the court will judge accordingly. But it's not really to stifle the voices of the workers, because democracy thrives, judiciary thrives in democracy, and we are in democracy. So we should test all facets of whatever we need. We find ourselves so that we'll be able to discharge appropriately. Going to the court wasn't a wrong one. I even see that as a civilized one. Let's also try the judiciary and see where their pronouncement is going to come in this one. Where I was not comfortable with that, he should not abandon his people in Abuja, and the workers should not take laws into their hands.
All right, and thank you very much, Elvis Elimehele. Prince Francis, 1 minute for you, because you've been chuckling. So get it out of your chest.
The thing is, we are too forgetful in this country, and we play too religiously. All of a sudden, people are beginning to have faith in the courts. When we've heard go to court, and we know the outcome of going to the court. When a Wike has boasted to you how he controls the judiciary, the fear of the people, the fear of these workers is the fact that they already preempted what
the outcome of the judgment
would be. So it's not that people don't want to go to court, but highest bidder, that's what the judiciary has become. No matter how we look at it, that is the problem we have in this country today. People have lost faith in the judiciary.
All right, thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. We've also been speaking with Adams Atta Esquire. Thank you very much for your presence. I expect that you stay with us into newspaper review.
Thank you.
And also, Elvis Elimehele joined this conversation virtually. Thank you very much. We will be hearing more from you during newspaper review. And big thanks to Comrade Roy Oriabo also, who joined this conversation. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. We're that on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next in about a few minutes. We'll be looking at the headlines from the papers and dissecting it, making sense of it all. I am Moses Humphrey.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest...
Right here in the studio. I am Moses Humphrey, and I have a full house. The gentlemen are here with me. We have Mr. Dele Fanimo, who is a veteran editor, a journalist, basically, with many years of experience, is right here with me. And we have another journalist, Elvis Elina Hele. Good to have you join us physically now.
Yes.
Also, Mr. Adams Atta Esquire, legal practitioner. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation.
Thank you, sir.
And also, Darlington Agumbo Esquire also joins the conversation. We usually just call him Barrister Darlington. Yeah. Barrister Darlington, good to have you join us as well.
It's been a pleasure.
Now let's dive into the papers. I mean, we're just talking about the trial of the 16 soldiers who have been court-martialed now for attempted coup. Now, from the Vanguard newspaper, that's the big story on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper, and it reads, coup. 16 indicted officers to face court-martial. DHQ says panel will ensure fairness, due process. I saw in another paper that said they might, well, another paper said something about death penalty for these 16 officers. Oh well, that's the big story on the cover page of the Vanguard newspaper. And the Guardian says DHQ to court-martial indicted officers in coup plot. Quickly to the riders, no rider to that one. Well, there you have the story there. And also, the Punch says military investigations end. DHQ moves to arraign alleged coup plotters. Military finally confirms plots to overthrow Tinubu's government. Inside the plots to breach presidential villa security, VHQ awaits presidential go-ahead for military tribunal. All right, there you have it. And this day says, finally, military confirms attempted coup, identifies 16 to be court-martialed, says trial will ensure full accountability, adherence to principles of fairness, due process, declares actions aimed at maintaining the military's integrity, operational effectiveness. That's the big story. There you have it. In all the dailies, actually. Business Day even reports it as military named 16 officers involved in alleged coup plot against Tinubu. Well, let me start off with Barrister Darlington.
You see, every profession has its own modus operandi in terms of job description and operational
hazards,
procedures and hazards. Because while you are doing the job, you should have it at the back of your mind that this job, there are hazards that come with it. And most times, because of their training, their mind is already made up due to the training they have acquired, and then due to the form they feel and what they signed. So these things are always at the back of any military man, that he can die in the battlefield anytime he is commissioned to go and take care of things.
So
anyway.
Dying in the field and...
So I am coming.
Are you already? Okay.
I am coming.
Okay.
Now, when you are embarking on this particular mission, of course, you know what it takes. You know, it is either you fail or you succeed. You only celebrate yourself and with your officers when you succeed. But if you fail, you don't need to be told what will follow. But in this particular case, now they are saying attempted coup. Attempted coup. If a man is being charged for attempted murder, the weight is lesser than murder itself.
One of the papers said investigations concluded.
Sorry?
Investigations concluded.
The fact remains that the coup did not succeed. So under the law, whether military or civil law or criminal law, so to say, you cannot equate the two cases. Attempted something and actual something. They don't carry the same weight, except they want to now stretch it further. So when I'm hearing death penalty, it sounds somehow to me, except they are not allowed to get good lawyers.
Well, that has not been concluded on. That was just, I think,
but what
a report I saw.
No, from what is happening now.
You think it's going to be the case?
As long as all of us can see, the coup did not succeed. It did not succeed.
Yeah, so the trial will be fair.
If not, Tinubu will not be on seat by now. The coup did not succeed. So it has remained in the realm of what? Attempted. It is when you put up this nomenclature that people will not get it right. There is no law that says all of them are going to die, because they all play different roles. In criminal proceedings, you separate individuals according to their input in the crime. All of us cannot be just put together because
all right, then.
That's what I'm trying to let you know here.
All right then.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but
you've covered the military.
I've covered the military and I've covered defense. The point is, if you hear of a coup and you don't report to the authority, you are as guilty as the arrowhead of that coup.
Just like Obasanjo's case.
That is why today, in the military barracks, most people you find in the officers' mess are civilians. Because most military officers try to keep away from gatherings where anything can filter. And the moment you are found around that particular place and you fail to report, so it's not when coup succeeds that you are alleged to have planned a coup. The fact that Obasanjo was sentenced to death, he was not physically present at that coup venue, but if not for the fact that UK decided not to repatriate Gowon, he would have been executed with the Bisala and what is his name, Dimka. That time. And the only reason why he was alleged to have planned that coup was that they went to his house in London and they were discussing it. And that was enough for his conviction. So it is the fact that somebody attempted in the military is as good as you have planned a coup. It is only when you carry your gun and begin to shoot that you are alleged to have committed that crime.
So just talking about it alone.
Talking about it.
Even the ear that hears that refuse to report.
I'm telling you, you will be roped in.
It's already roped in at the same
So that reporter that wrote that these people are likely to be sentenced to death knows what he's writing. And if you check the name of that reporter, you will know that he has insiders. Is it that he has covered defense for a while? And I have seen and I've also written about coup plots and some of these court martials.
All of that has
and
happened.
You see, one thing about all of this is the only time they will allow the media to cover a court martial is at the beginning of proceedings.
Now, I would like to be educated. Now, all of us in the military regime, death was a thing. All right, if you attempt a coup, you plan it. But this is a civilian administration. We are practicing democracy. Is that still the case?
Exactly.
Yes, it's still the case. But the only difference here is that the president or whoever is in charge to sign their death warrant may decide not to, and probably commute it to a life sentence or some years of imprisonment. That is still within the prerogative of the person, the approving authority. But the court martial will do its job based on evidence provided, and if they are found to be guilty, they will pronounce as such. But it will now be left for the approving authority either to sign death warrant or not. In the last 15 years or so, the only governor that has signed death warrant in this country was Shettima'S. And the reason why he signed that death warrant was that he felt convinced that those people should die. Because policemen that are supposed to protect Nigerians saw a large sum of money in a bus and started to kill all of those people, took away the money and burnt them. So if they were caught, it would be injustice against humanity, because justice stands on a tripod to the society, to the victim, and the person that committed. So Oshiomhole will be running foul of that natural justice of that triangle. That was why he was compelled to sign that warrant for those people.
And you remember his principal secretary that was murdered?
Yes. So he needed to sign that. But in this case, for me, I don't see Tinubu signing death warrants for these people.
Well, we have not gotten to that. But what we have at the moment now is that at least the investigation will be concluded, and
there's a prima facie case.
And established, and that they are going to appear before the military court martial. So I think what we are going to appeal to the government is that at least since we got this, they should still allow media to have info into whatever is the development that will be going on. We saw when Oladipo Dia and his team were being tried under Abacha. That coup became like a maker of sorts that we started seeing going to watch video in Abuja. Remember, all traditional rulers were now taken to Abuja to watch the video clip of the planning of the coup. So, but that was also an attempted coup. It never came to reality, but Though all of them that were involved were eventually condemned. Remember, they were in just prison when Abacha eventually died. I remember when one of the statements I read from late Oladipo, I went in the night, we were to move them out of just prison when they just heard of us and just, Abacha is dead. It was like, do they do execution at night? Because they were thinking they were coming to execute them that night. They didn't know that the man who has put them in the prison is dead in Abuja. So this is a case that the federal government has eventually told us now that there was a coup. You know, they denied it in October. So now that they've told us, we want to follow up with it.
Let's even react to the denial.
There is something.
The denial is even the issue that I'm not comfortable with. Because the government that the coup was attempted upon is a government that Nigeria voted for and brought into power in whatever form, whether you like it or not. So this is our government. Nigerians deserve to have that transparency that whatever is happening to their president and happening to the government that they brought into power, that we should know firsthand. Not the denier. Now they have released that, oh, there was a coup. It doesn't make any meaning to us now any longer. Because we have heard 16 people have been incarcerated ever since. Last Friday, we were analyzing it here because we heard some of them are sick and some of them were even fainted. And that they have even moved further into a darker dungeon. I would say, let them be arraigned. Now, over the weekend, they already came up with this and said there was a coup, and today it's reported. So, but we want to follow up from here.
All right. It may be for security reasons. The government may have decided not to open.
But what does that say about a government that would initially deny a thing and then come out later to admit it?
Because
it's not the first time.
This is not the first time. I cannot answer for them on that note. But I want to say that if you look at the whole exercise, we know for sure that some civilians are mentioned alongside this coup. Is it Silva or a particular governor from Bayelsa? What is now going to happen to him? Is it that he's going to be prosecuted in the court martial? I think no. I'm seeing some elements of conspiracy. He's not a military president.
No. Please, let me just say this. Yes. As long as you have been named. There have never been a coup that failed, that civilians were not arraigned.
I've not been involved in.
A particular one was that man in Radio Nigeria in 1976, when Dimka planned his coup, for allowing them to the studio. It was part of those people executed.
So now, is he now going to be tried?
Of course, he will be tried if he's culpable.
He will be tried. Moka was declared wanted.
Yes, now.
Because my little understanding about the court martial is that it's narrowed down to the military.
No. If a civilian is involved, he will also be tried.
If a civilian is involved as a co-conspirator,
yes,
he will be tried as
he will be tried along with them.
Obo was declared wanted.
Yes,
the Moka scoop of April 1990.
There is something that I personally, I have my reservations about this coup. First, the man who was alleged to have leaked the coup or who truncated it was pulled out of the military. That was Christopher Musavi. When he was pulled out, not too long, they now reappointed him as the Minister of Defense. Please, how does it add up to all this controversy? You were relieved of your job for being in the know of a coup without telling your fellow security agencies. And after leaving office, I think a month or so, you are now reappointed by the same government as Minister of Defense, and you are now in service. Are you telling me that this does not need our interrogation to know what happened, to know why they took this decision? Or some people have just been prearranged as Abacha's phantom coup happened. We should be very careful because of history. Because history will be told at the end of the day.
Yes, you have a point there.
So history will be told.
Now, Barrister, I want to say this here, that there was actually a coup during the year's episode. And this guy,
But when they told
is
her,
is a PA.
The letter
Adisa confirmed it. Adisa confirmed it.
The letter Wujale, when they asked him to come and view the video, he said he did not come with his glasses, and so he didn't see anything.
But it has nothing to do with the fact that there was a coup or not.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
What we are saying here is that Diya's coup was real. And this particular one, we can now begin to guess what transpired until when the full trial begins. Because the fact that Musa was able to leak the coup, it will be a darling of the government.
Yes.
It's natural.
Yes.
It will be a darling of the government.
And that's what makes
because
a big
there is a possibility. There is a possibility that if he had kept quiet, the coup would have succeeded. And meanwhile, because it's at the top echelon of the military, as CDS at that time, it could as well be part of the people that they are marked for elimination.
Yeah.
So, if he's reaping from exposing these dissidents, it's natural. You understand? And you recall Bameyi for exposing Diya. He was compensated because he played along with Diya and co until when they arrested Diya. The first statement Diya said was, where is the mastermind of this coup? Because all along, he felt Bameyi was leading them. Meanwhile, the guy was snitching on them. So, all these things are the name of the game.
It happens in military.
You know, and if you succeed, just like you said in your opening statement, if you succeed, you know that you benefit maximally. And if you lose maximally.
All right, there's this information out there. So let's just put it out there. The names of this 16.
Yes.
Let's
all
put
of
it out
them
there.
from the north.
That's what it looks like.
We cannot.
That's what it looks like.
The preponderance
for us to interrogate that as well.
The preponderance of those who plan Okakul were from Bidu.
Personally, I thank God Okonkwo is not there.
Let's look at their names, Barrister. Brigadier General Musa Abubakar Sadiq, Colonel M.A. Maji, Lieutenant Colonel S. Bapa, Lieutenant Colonel A.A. Hayato, Lieutenant Colonel Dangnan, Lieutenant Colonel M. Almakura, Major A.J. Ibrahim, Major M.M. Jida, Major M.A. Usman, Major D. Yusuf, Major I. Dauda, Captain I. Bello, Captain A.A. Yusuf, Lieutenant S.S. Felix, that's in English, that's okay. Lieutenant Commander D.B. Abdullahi, Nigerian Navy. Squadron Leader S.B. Adamu, Nigerian Air Force. That's the full list of 16.
And they are mostly from the infantry and the signal corps.
So
mostly.
And who plan coup? Who plans coup?
I know that it's from there.
It is either armor, corps, signal, or infantry. And for the Air Force, it's just those that are in the logistics. So anybody that is not in line of operation cannot plan coup.
My take is that whether they are military, whether they are going to court-martial them, what is important is that they must give them fair hearing. That's what some of us are clamoring for. I'm not in support of these new paper convictions.
What's your definition of fair hearing?
Fair hearing entails even God, in the case of Adam and Eve, he knew they were wrong, but he came, he said, ask, he didn't pass judgment. Just like what we are saying now that they are condemning those people, they are still presumed innocent. But however, under the military terrain, the military practice, this is how they operate. In the the court system that we operate as a civilian, it is called, the burden is on the state to prove, to establish the guilt of the defendant. But however, in the military, is inquisitorial. Is the other way around. Exactly. The burden is on you to come and establish your innocence. So you see, but however, I've been postulating and pushing for for the overhaul of that system. Because the burden is on you. You are the one that accused me of to have committed an offense. So why are you pushing the burden on me? But the military terrain, there is already that instinct, that condemnation that is there before you even come. And then how do you expect the court to oversee that kind of something? My take is certain. Give them fair hearing. They must present their case. They are entitled to lawyers. It's not narrowed down to military personnel to come and act. They can get in.
Are they entitled to lawyers? Lawyers within
Yeah,
the military.
and it must not be. The provisions of the military.
Lawyers are the military lawyers.
No. Falana has always been part of the...
It's not narrowed down to the military. The provisions of the constitution is
if Barrister Darlington or you, if you feel like you can stand in for them,
to the military. Even the government can even decide to get an outside lawyer, the military to come and... But you must understand and know the procedure. You don't just come there and then you want to adopt the conventional court system in the court martial. They have their procedure.
One thing is very clear. The military cannot operate outside the society, outside the laws of the society, because they are part of the society. I find it very, very curious that attempted is synonymous with the actual incident. I am telling you,
it's just like an attempt. It's just like an attempt.
It doesn't
an attempt itself is an offense. An attempt itself, because the law will not wait. See, until it happens. If it happens,
it's needless.
It's a very... This offense we are talking about is so generous on its own. So, and that is why an attempt, for every offense, there are all ingredients of an offense.
What I'm saying that
you must establish for this offense on board now. You must establish indeed there's conspiracy. Some people sat together, they conceived the idea, and then they push it. Indeed, there was an attempt.
In the secular law that you and I know, hold on. In the secular law you and I know, attempted and actual offense, did they carry the same penalty?
They don't carry the same penalty.
He has just said something now. He said the military.
So that's what I'm saying, that the military cannot operate outside the society.
I beg to disagree with you. The military operates in another different realm.
No.
They don't think in the same line. I agree with you. I'm not disputing that. There are situations where they must work in line with the provisions of the Constitution. In all situations. But there are situations where they have their own independent law. And that is why you see that you as a civilian, they will not take you to that court to go and prosecute you if you commit any offense on the road. But if a military, if they can take him there and prosecute him. So it's a different ball game. So the military, they are just in another world on their own. But however, they still operate within the realm of the provisions of the Constitution. It's not different from the realm of the Constitution.
All right, then this has been quite exhaustive, I must say. Well, let's go into another conversation now. Don't let 2027 politics undermine governance. CISLAC warns National Assembly. Riders, CSO demands transparency in Electoral Act review. Police fault Yaga Africa report on election security. All right, that's from the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. And also, okay, well, pretty much that's that story there. Let's have your reactions.
CISLAC, I love that. Don't let give me that headline again.
Don't let 2027 politics undermine governance.
Are we just waking up to that?
It's already undermining governance.
Since the very day the president made pronouncement that fuel subsidy is gone, it has always been campaign since that day to today. I think CISLAC is coming too late. But the only thing I love there is that we want to get electoral reform for 2027 general election. Let us not begin to look at what happened in 2023. What gave us 2023 general election? We have seen some areas that need a lot of modification and amendment. So once the National Assembly resumes, I think they are coming back on Tuesday. The CISLAC and other CSOs should be able to enforce some pressure on National Assembly that before they go on the next recess, they should give us an electoral reform that we are going to use for 2027 general election. A situation where we get to the middle of the game and started shifting goalposts, we will not allow it to repeat itself for 2027. We got to the court before we now heard that, INEC has the prerogative to determine the mode of collation. So all those part of the law that we never understood, that were great to us before the 2023 general election, must be amended and taken out now for 2027, so that we know exactly where we are going. Are we transmitting electronically, or are we transmitting manually for 2027 general election? We just have to know from now. Not that when we get to the court again in 2027, we begin to hear the same story. Oh, this is how it's supposed to be. So National Assembly, come back from your recess and, quickly fast track the amendment of 2023 General Electoral Act so that we can have a new Electoral Act for 2027 election.
I want to ask this base question. And do we really have the capacity to transmit the results all over the federation?
It's internet, isn't it?
Internet does. Many of the what is it called villages
We can
all over the
distance before elections.
No, if we don't have that capacity. I'll have to tell you the truth.
We have the capacity. We have
the capacity
all over the federation.
When this matter was up in 2022, when this matter was up in 2022 and 2023, Mahmoud Yakub told me that
they have an agreement with NCC.
With NCC, and we are talking of five whatever, and what they are saying at the latest one. 5G, that even the transmission is going to be for 1G, that they have already made that arrangement. So there's no part of Nigeria that does not have at least 1G
I'm
coverage,
telling you,
or even
in my
more than
state,
1G.
in my,
so
in,
we can.
In my state, there are some areas where you will not see network. How will you
Maybe
describe
the
that?
network provider you use, but there will be one there.
But you and I know that it will be very.
Let me tell you for free, as we are seated here today, that there are some people that have not have access to telephoning in this country.
Yes. We have to tell ourselves the truth.
Because
that's the truth.
They don't have,
and you see,
they don't have the.
I had it firsthand from somebody, a long lost cousin that resurrected in the north, and so it was one of the drivers from that town that saw him and was able to identify him, and we have mistaken him for dead. So when we were talking, we didn't believe him. We now told him, take telephone to him, let him talk to us. At least we can identify him by his voice. You know that this man, that driver went to that village, took the phone, the common phone, not Android, to that village. When he came back.
In Nigeria here?
In Nigeria here.
What year was this?
That was about 4 years ago.
And they had not seen the phone?
Wait! Do you know? Almost all the villagers converged
to hear his voice. A lost son, a dead son.
They had to climb a hill for them to access network. And so almost all the villagers converged, and they were talking even in incoherent language that we don't understand. They were saying something like telewire. They call phone telewire, And I now imagine that at this time in this century, so how many of those places are still existing? We don't know.
And apart from
we assume that what we see here is everywhere in this country. It is not so.
Yes, I agree.
For instance, if we sit down here today and we are discussing and debating about poverty, none of us has seen poverty in the naked form. Because if you see poverty in naked form, you would be more bitter than the way you are expressing poverty as we speak. Because in this country, there are some people that are not mad, they are not insane, but they have only one dress for upward of 1 year.
All right.
Now, let me say something here.
Go ahead, Bryce.
You see, in this age and time, the essence of GSM is to reach out. Are you getting what I'm saying? Is to reach out. And so, yes, there are villages in the hinterland. They don't have access to most of these things. But the country has been configured in such a way that there is always the nearest town to every interior village in this country. There must be something closer to your interior village that you can go to and get access to some of these services. That is the way the country has been configured now.
I beg to disagree with you.
It's on record.
There is no record about that.
This is POS and whatever.
I don't think there is no local government headquarters.
Let me tell you.
How do these people? How do they do transactions?
You are looking at all of this because of the contiguous nature. You are looking at it from the point of view of the contiguous nature of the South. In the North, you can travel 30 minutes without seeing a house.
But these people
at
transact
100 kilometers per hour, 30 minutes, you won't see a village. Unlike in the southeast and southwest, that you can travel 5 minutes before you get to the next point where you see a village. Now, somebody who is not empowered and stays in one remote village, just because he wants to vote, you expect him to travel that 100 kilometers?
They will make it available. I listen.
Who are the day?
I am coming. There is this thing that happened in India. The biggest, I think, democracy in the whole world. Go and listen to how they conducted their last general election. They said in one particular remote area, only one polling unit, and they have to transport it by what? By air, to make sure that those people in those locations vote. It's on record.
So what I'm saying here
on
that
paper, it is when you are not willing.
I will support all these things that you are saying.
When you are not
in
willing,
practical terms,
when you are not willing
difficult.
to do something, you claim it is impossible. But
Basically,
Nigeria is just 200 million.
What I see here is failure of government.
That is it.
Cover everyone.
It's the same failure of government that brought us to this
That's what I'm saying.
That governance should not be set aside for
how many are you?
Election.
India, China, how many are they? Over 1 billion. Yet they conduct the election and people vote. They didn't say that this area, you are interior, therefore nothing for you. No. It is for you to do the needful. After all, we are just 200 million. So if you now go beyond it, that means half of the country will not vote. Is that what you're telling me here?
We don't even know how many we are.
So for me, I know that the provisions of the Constitution empowers INEC to set the mode of a particular election, and is a right, is an empowerment that is exclusively reserved for them. I'm recommending that INEC should, all this off-cycle election, let us try the electronic means first. Apparently, the off-cycle election, we try it in Lagos State, they try it in other states. We can use that as a litmus test. And then over time, it can go all over the federation. But as I'm speaking to you now, if we introduce our electronic voting, our politicians are going to rig the system. Electronic voting. They will collect the tax they want to collect now, and then pump the money into that system. They will pay all these guys from all these Israelis hackers. They will hack into the system. On election day, you see them talk. Their thuggeries will now go and bring the marks down. Is that what we want to try? Government that cannot even protect you, that you are out to vote. Is it the same government that is going to protect all the network providers? I'm not in support. But let us try by off-cycle election first.
Eternal vigilance is the price of what? Liberty. All of us need to be vigilant against all these things. That is where civil society come in. That is why you are a responsible citizen. You don't leave everything for government and all that, knowing fully well that they are going to help you.
Are we concluding now that we are going to still see a repetition of 2020?
It can never happen. It can never happen.
Is that our conclusion?
It can never happen.
What about all
what if we have the conclusion? What if we conclude that they are going to transmit a result in 2027 and they fail to do so, and the matter goes to court? Let me tell you that there are different ways of interpretation in the courtroom. There is a literal rule. The court will give a literal interpretation. There is a mischief rule, and then there is the golden rule. So all these rules empowers the court, where the court sees that, if I give this particular law a literal interpretation, it will go otherwise. The judge has the power to go further and adopt either the golden rule and the mischief rule. If the court can see that indeed there is a network glitches at a particular time, the court will adopt that particular result that is transmitted. What will you do? So that is why we are clamoring that, indeed, it's not just enough to make laws. We have enough law in this part of the world. Enough that we cannot even enforce. But what is important is a change of mind. And then our government supporting the system.
Change.
And then apart from that, we need enough resources.
Let's get into another conversation.
The court will only do this according to acceptable standard. Okay. You can't just put all of them together.
Let's touch on this other story before we run out of time.
It is always good to allow 99 criminals to go than to jail one innocent person.
But let's touch on the tax law. Now, The Guardian says, tax law. NEFGAD demands probe, sanctions over alleged alterations. They do have riders to that story. Okay, can't get my eyes on it right now. Okay, so yeah. Group accuses Ogene of abusing legislative privilege, seeks lawmakers' suspension. All right, there you have it. And this day says, Lagos Revenue Service activates power of substitution to boost tax recovery. New tax law permits authorities to collect money from third party who hold funds for tax defaulters, puts obligation on banks and other financial institutions, employers, tenants, debtors, or customers of the taxpayer, agents, any person owing money to taxpayer, others. NTPIC begins stakeholders engagement, meets Adedeji, others. All right? And, okay, that's...
what is the role of tenants in this matter?
Yeah.
If your landlord is owing,
and you are also owing him rent, you can go and pay that money to the government.
Instead of paying to your landlord.
Instead of paying to the landlord. Because it's owing tax.
In fact, if they try this, there will be civil war, not just talking. Who told you that? You know the arrangement I have with the tenant for you to go and pay my money to government.
Well, sir, I just...
What are you talking about?
That I want to be your tenant from now on.
You say what?
I want to be your tenant from now on.
Be ready for litigation. Be ready for litigation. You are
because
government.
Once I know that you are owing tax, I will just not pay you your rent.
You know.
I will pay to it.
How did you
know? Revenue.
How did you know? You can see people, they don't make this look like a joke. Do you know what I'm talking about? How do you know what is going on between me and government as to my tax obligation? How do you know? For you to carry my money and go and give government. Do you even know how much it is? Or are you talking with the government concerning my tax obligation? Look, this is
very the riders again. Should I take the riders again?
Yes, go ahead.
Take the riders again.
Take it again.
Let me take the headline and the riders. Lagos Revenue Service activates power of substitution to boost tax recovery.
Mark that word, power of substitution.
Power of substitution.
That's the word, yeah.
Now, riders.
Substitution, yes.
That's third party coming. Okay.
Riders. New tax law permits authorities to collect money from third party who hold funds for tax defaulters. Who owe or hold funds for tax defaulters. Now, puts obligation on banks and other financial institutions, employers, tenants, debtors, or customers of the taxpayer, agents, any person owing money to taxpayer, others.
So don't expect to collect your rent from me again.
So the tenant,
I'll be paying to Lagos Revenue.
I agree with my colleague. I agree with him.
For me, that law is funny.
The tenant does not need to pay tax, Abi, but he can use my money to go and pay tax on my behalf. So who now collects his own? Who collects his own? My brother, look at this video.
If I'm your tenant and I'm paying tax and I'm owing you house rent and you are not paying tax, I will assume you are cheating the government.
How would you know? How would you know?
I think I agree with Barrister in wholesome 10%. Because how do you justify and then know his tax record?
I'm telling you.
You cannot just be operating or speculating.
You'll be
They are making it look like a joke here.
But they gave me a caveat.
There's a procedure. The first procedure is to approach him first. How will you know whether...
when I'm going, I will call my tenant.
He has an obligation to pay him his rent. And assuming he failed to pay, there are procedure. You'll be evicted.
I'll take him to court.
That's an independent contract.
If you try it, I'll take you to court.
I think another area we should look into, supposing I pay my landlord's rent to government and the landlord now decides
the law will insist that you cannot evict it.
I think the law should protect me.
No, that's how the Lagos government operates.
The law should protect me. I did the work of government.
No, I know that if indeed the tenant proceeds to pay that money, the landlord money to government, the government will issue you a receipt. That's just like how they used to auction out people's money. They will issue you a receipt to that back up.
And that qualifies me as a rent payer.
Another 1 year.
Very good.
After 1 year,
because if you go to court,
Barrister is bitter because he's also involved.
All the tenants is to flag. Once the landlord goes to court,
Barrister is bitter because he's directly involved.
But such tenant,
I must be your tenant.
But we're ready to leave.
But the provisions of the constitution is we are all agents of the government to collect tax. Either you, any other person. If you see anybody that you see that the person is not paying his or her
tax, how do you know?
It's not possible. But my own grievance with this system is that, from the federal to the state, is that why is it that you go and endorse comedians, musicians to be tax awareness campaign managers? They will not give it to lawyers. They will not give it to journalists. You know, they have endorsed the likes of most of these comedians. I don't want to mention their name. All those comedians.
Yeah.
What do they know about tax? That's number one. Then number two, up to date, they have failed to educate you and I. How is the calculation done? We don't know. How do you calculate? You need to educate people.
Even taxable income and untaxable income.
How do we know? And it's even the end of the year for the federal tax. But you know your tax record will start running from January. To this. All they need to do is that encourage Nigerians to get a chartered accountant.
And at the point
you can get a chartered accountant that will educate you on how you do your daily, how you describe your transaction, because the new law now empowers them to have access to your record book. So my advice is clear to every Nigerian. Have a book where you record your dealings, your cash flow, your in and out. I'm not an accountant, but I know.
But even at that,
beyond that, have your record. You may be selling something that is daily, this thing and that. Beyond that, it's all time you may remember to
If I have a cousin
there are people that
wants me to build house for him in Nigeria and is paying to my account, are they going to tax me?
Yes, the new law now says that yes, those outside the country
your account.
They don't do some money in your account.
No, it shouldn't.
There's some money in your account. They don't know what it is.
Because I'm not benefiting from that money.
They don't want to.
My account is just being used as transit.
No, they are even saying that.
Even at that,
you see,
at a point you become insolvent.
A friend of mine was just complaining the other day about he was told that he was going to pay tax on money that entered. No, the money that got into his account was used to execute a business.
That is it.
So the whole sum amount was paid into his account. Now they are charging him.
Of course.
The taxpayer is not saying, look, you will pay on the entire sum that came into your account, not the profit.
It is a profit. I think
How do you determine the profit?
Let me say let me describe the profits now. Assuming you make 10 million at a particular month, thereabouts. You deduct the cost to which you have invested in the business, number one. And then you deduct the cost, assuming you invested 2 to 3 million. You write it down, cost for the business. And then you pay your staff. You pay all other bills after all the dues payment, and then you now have 3 million. That is your gain for that particular month.
Who will determine all these
things? You are your primary assignment. Your primary assignment, because the law is that you are to report to them. The burden is on you to bring yourself every year. It's when you don't bring yourself that they will come for you. They'll come and vet your book. They have the discretion. Having seen how conspicuous and beautiful your ambience is.
The car you drive?
And then not the car you drive per se, but they know
your house,
businesses.
The way you drive.
No, your business, the nature of the business, and then they see the cash flow and then everything. The cash flow into your account. They have the power to but it's wrong. They need to look at other facts.
That is
all
it.
This. So my point is that the government should wake up. They should wake up and engage professionals to educate Nigerians.
It's not as easy as
you don't just say you want to take people's money. There's going to be, like I agree with you.
They are going to fight. They are going to fight you.
Because this one is not going to be a matter of whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Hausa, whether you are from the Middle Belt, whether you are from the Yoruba.
You go to Malam.
It's now going to be a matter of
you will not put that
money. It's not going to be my money. Your money.
Nigeria is at play here.
I am telling you. They are not. It's not well thought out. It's not well thought out.
Earlier this month, we saw where people will send money. They will give a description. Now loan I borrow. Now money I borrow. I beg no deduct tax. Now how will it be? Sorry for my this and that. I beg no deduct tax. Now my younger brother I pay school fees. I beg no deduct tax.
Don't get to the red light.
When you are sending money, put a detailed narration.
And funny enough, you know how funny this situation is. The fact that I have a friend who even work with FRS. Who I think they have changed their name.
NRS.
Yes. Now he say he doesn't even know.
He doesn't understand the law.
He doesn't understand
The person you are supposed to run to does not know.
So they are waiting for the politicians. You know how terrible it is. No, the politicians. They are waiting for the politicians. And you see how terrible our constitution is. Before you can become the president, the requirement is O level. The law does not even require you to even make that
O-level. Attempted.
You see, and those people are now going to be the one that will dictate. For people that will be taking my money, it's not done. It's unacceptable.
No, so
Nigerians are going to
there's going to be problem.
And then you see that law, it will not fly. Even
That's why
from the beginning,
from
the beginning, it's faulted. A law that is a product of fraud.
They knew that this thing will come. That's why they said that they should use force. That's why they knew that this is going to cause problem. That's why they have given the federal revenue, whatever, to now use force. The power to arrest and prosecute.
But you know the most
expensive part of it.
By April this year now, campaign will start. Our politicians will shift attention.
All those things
they are going to be using for campaign.
All those ones, who will tax it? Who will tax it?
I hope it's also going to be reflected.
Well, leave them, they are not serious.
Because they transfer millions.
They are not serious.
Thank you very much.
The people that are exempted from tax, who now, how do you remove them? How?
I know how you feel. You don't want your tenant to go and pay your money to...
No, they don't.
I'm going to pay his rent to Lagos Revenue.
You are not serious.
Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Aduma. Thank you very much, Adam Zata, Esquire.
Thank you for having me.
Also, Dele Fanimo. Thank you very much
Always
for
my pleasure.
your contribution. Well, that's it on the show today. Sports comes up next, and the program more programs coming up right here on this channel, VOP TV. I'm Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more.
Well, the Nations Cup is officially over, yes, a couple of weeks ago, and the aftermath and the drama that actually followed the Nations Cup is still very much around the corner, from Super Eagles stories, Eric Shaw, and so many things that's has actually happened in the Nations Cup that's actually start affecting news across the world, particularly in Europe. We'll be looking at all of this and more right here in this episode of Sport Republic. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Today promises to be another very interesting episode of the show, because there's lots of drama. And before I walked into the studio, Kizzy was even telling me about the tower issues in CAF, and how CAF is actually looking at actually banning goalkeepers from actually using it. And the interesting thing is, they've yet to actually sanction Morocco for the terrible sportsmanship against Nigeria and the Ivorians, the Senegalese, I beg your pardon. But of course, all that and more we'll be looking at in today's episode of the Sport Republic this morning. And my guest will definitely be joining us in the course of today's action. His name is Biodun Akpena. But then let's start from what definitely concerns us the most, which is the coach of the Super Eagles. A lot of conversation about him from last week up to this very point. And now, the people who actually hired him, who are actually paying him, are actually now very much in the news. None other than the man who is called Bukola Olakpade, who is actually the Director General of the Nigeria Sports Commission, has decisively confirmed that Coach Eric Shaw will not be leaving his position as the coach of the Super Eagles, despite interest from national teams in Tunisia, Gabon, and Angola. Chelle has garnered attention after sending Nigeria to a bronze medal at the 2025 AFCON tournament in Morocco. With less than a year left on his contract with the Nigerian Football Federation, rumors about his future have gained traction. And Olakpade, who is actually, the director of the National Sports Commission, the NSC, as I actually earlier said Eric Chelle is not going anywhere. That's exactly what the word he actually used. And the countries claiming interest in him don't have the kind of superstars that make this job easier. He discussed Eric Chelle's achievements, saying, "We must not forget that Eric Chelle thrived because he had the right equipment and instruments, the quality personnel he used to execute his idea." And of course, on a personal touch, because he's quite close to Eric Chelle, Olakpade also mentioned a recent dinner with Chelle at his home in Abuja. And he said, "I am not the NFF president, but we operate with a collaborative approach. And Chelle has become both brother and a friend to me." Olakpade concluded with an optimistic note, saying that, "Same night, I called the NFF president, and hopefully by Tuesday, which is today, or tomorrow, we'll have a sit down, about Eric Chelle's contract." But rest assured that Eric Chelle is going nowhere. I mean, for me, I think this is becoming stale. I think this news is becoming, we're practically regurgitating everything about Eric Chelle. I think we should just, snap it and wrap it up as soon as possible. Eric Chelle has actually done his job. He's done a lot to actually earn, an extended contract. If the job that was given to him was actually 2 years, I think he's done enough to actually get even an additional year, as far as I'm concerned. But then there are a lot of, conversations about the countries, particularly Tunisia, that's coming for him, because Tunisia has got the chance to go to the World Cup, and that's also they're also offering twice the salary Super Eagles is actually paying Eric Chelle at the moment. And trust me, there's no guarantee. There's a guarantee that it's not going to be owed, like he's actually going through, in Nigeria. All of this is one of the things that Eric Chelle will definitely be put in place. But I think Olakpade also made a very strong statement by actually saying that it doesn't have to, we don't need to panic, because one thing coaches always look out for is what's going to make their job easier. The infrastructure, in this case, personnel that made, the job of the Super Eagles a lot easier for Eric Chelle because of the quality. Some of us who saw Eric Chelle in the last championship in Cote d'Ivoire, when he took the Malian side with, less, quality, with due respect to them, of course, they cannot match the Super Eagles when it comes to quality of personnel. But then he did a very good job. The way he actually played, they lost that game against the Ivorians. We all saw him. We know that this guy is the man who can actually do so well, if he's got the right personnel. We saw it in the Super Eagles. He did so well. Yes, our first game was a little bit clumsy, but then afterward, the Super Eagles actually grew as tournaments, continues. But then now we are at this point, the conversation about him being hired, it's also very good for our football. I mean, now we have a manager who is, the most sought out for. The thing about, this stuff is that now you know that you've got quality, not just on the pitch, you also got quality on the bench, and it's going to really help the Super Eagles. But I would really, really beg, the National Sport Commission and the NFF to also, look into the Eric Chelle's welfare to ensure that, give him exactly everything he wants to, or he needs to actually succeed as the manager of Super Eagles. Because when a coach is not happy, trust me, in the end, there's definitely going to be moments he's going to want to take decisions that are lackadaisical. Eric Chelle now knows that, he's the best in Africa, sliced bread when it comes to coaching in Africa. He knows that if he leaves the Super Eagles job today, there are tons of, countries that want him. So at this point, the Super Eagles, the negotiations should be geared towards, making it easier for him, and then giving him I think one of the things I would say, right, if I were Eric Chelle going into this particular negotiation with the Super Eagles with Nigeria, is that I want to have 100% free chance to actually do exactly what I want to do as a coach of the team. I want to select my players, because a lot of us actually queried the selection process. The players actually went to the tournament. In fact, when he released his first man provision list, 35 players, a lot of players, 35-man list, a lot of us were asking, what are these names actually doing there? It shows that, Eric Chelle really do not know these guys. Now, I want to believe that he's known, these guys actually went to the tournament. It's now for him to actually build from here, bring in the ones who he thinks, he can really, really rely on, and then help make the team better. But in the end, I think it's actually very good news in all round that Eric Chelle, is going to actually stay according to the National Sport Commission. They should actually do all they need to do to ensure that, the manager of the Super Eagles stay put to the job. I mean, he's done a very good job, so why not? I'm talking about, from one manager to another. Let's move away from the Nigerian story, but let's move straight to Europe. And, the team of the moment right there in Europe, I mean, the team that's actually done, the biggest, When I call it upset, yeah, because of the quality or the way the United have played, the last couple of years. I think the victory against Arsenal right there at the Emirates for a team that is yet to actually, lose a game against them. For a team that is actually yet to lose a game against them in a long, I think over 10 years, right there at the Emirates, it shows a lot about, what, Manchester United have managed to do. But
share our concerns.
Mr. Familani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing
So welcome back to that short break. And I was talking about Wilfred Ndidi, earlier on. I was talking about how, it's been immense for the Super Eagles and how it's going to be a colossal for Manchester United if he eventually joins. It's going to be a huge addition. I don't think Manchester United at this point, having just Kobe Mino at the base of the midfield, will need an academy player or a player who's got little or no experience to also be part of that midfield. Kobe Mino is still a player that is actually growing, so I don't think he's got anything to actually teach a young player at this point. And no disrespect to him, I think he's got quality to be a top player, playing over time. But Wilfred is actually, for me, he's seen it all, and he's shown that he's got the quality to actually play at the highest level. I'm quite surprised that it took this long for him to be noticed and then words come out for him. But kudos to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I think he's one of the best Manchester United manager post Ferguson era. Because of the kind of results he actually got for United. So let's see how this pans out. Hopefully, a lot of Nigerians actually want to see this happen. I want to really see, if Wilfred Ndidi is going to be the second Nigerian, playing for Manchester United after Odion Jude Igalo. But then still about Manchester United, away from Wilfred Ndidi's story. And now Arsene Wenger, former Arsenal boss, is actually talking, and he's been talking about, the game, over the weekend. The former manager of Arsenal has lauded Michael Carrick for effectively implementing a strategy that successfully kept Arsenal at bay during United's 3-2 recent victory right there at the Emirates. This marked Carrick's second major win following a prior success at Manchester City in an engaging discussion. Speaking to the reporters, Wenger actually noted a significant evolution in Manchester United's style of play under Carrick's leadership. Wenger also said there's a distinct change in this Manchester United, especially in how they triumphed over, the top two teams in England. And he highlighted the convincing nature of their performance, particularly after Arsenal managed to level at the 2-2, a critical moment when home sides typically shifts, momentum in their favor. And United found the inner strength to secure a third goal and clear a 3-2 win away from home in a high-stake match. I must commend Carrick, he said, and of course he developed solid framework for Manchester United, and he emphasized that Carrick has discovered an effective formula balancing defensive robustness with a commendable level of technical skill. And let's get to Abiodun Akpedo if the network is actually better now. Abiodun, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Abiodun?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Go on, I can hear you clearly.
All right. So I was just talking about, the game, Manchester United and Arsenal. And former Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger has been talking about, how solid Michael Carrick has been. And, he's talking about how he's effectively transition Manchester United is worked on, defensive robustness and, the transition in play to actually get goals, even with half chance. And he's been talking a lot about, sharing a lot of encomium, I think that's the right word, on Michael Carrick. Tell me exactly from where you stand, is Michael Carrick the messiah of the Old Trafford today?
Well, I wouldn't want to say Michael Carrick is the new manager for Manchester United. It's been very difficult for Manchester United to Alex Ferguson retired, and they've been talked about who is going to take over from him, who is going to be the next Alex Ferguson. They brought on Jose Mourinho, they brought on board David Moyes. A whole lot of managers has actually kicked off Manchester United, and no one has been able to actually attain that level where the fans will actually feel like, okay, this is the man that can actually take this club to the next level. But then, the return of Michael Carrick has been a blessing to the whole of Manchester United, the fan base. They are currently enjoying what is currently doing right now. You look at their performance against Manchester City. Maybe you will feel like, okay, this is not, the best of best in terms of what City can bring to the table. But then you can only beat what is in front of you. And that is exactly what, Michael Carrick and his boys did against Manchester City. And step forward to their game against Arsenal.
But
you want to say, okay, go on.
But Abiodun, a lot of persons have actually been touting this as, still very much, a new manager syndrome. And for me, I think, Michael Carrick actually done a very good job in his first 2 games. But let me put this to you. I mean, for you, from where you stand, is this a well thought out plan or still very much a manager syndrome? And tell me exactly what is responsible for this new look Manchester United under Michael Carrick?
I think it's going to be very bad to say it's a new manager because of the let's go of Ruben Amorim and the Boston, an interim manager in Michael Carrick. Of course, he's an interim manager, but then you have to also remember that he's been there before he was actually let go for a new manager to come in. And you look at the results, nothing has really changed since he was in charge of Manchester United down to this moment. So I think what he's been able to do on a short time with this Man U team is the fact that he's been able to talk to the guys, tell them that I want you to play for the badge, not for me. You don't play for Michael Carrick, play for the Manchester United badge. Manchester United, take it or leave it, whether they are currently struggling right now, looking at where they are right now, they are still one of the best football clubs in the history of football. So you just have to put that respect on their name. And I think that is what Michael Carrick has been able to do, in the short time that he's been appointed as the interim manager. I think what he, actually told the boys that, see, I want you to play for the badge. Don't play for Michael Carrick. And you look at the likes of Casemiro, you look at the likes of Bruno Fernandes, you look at the likes of Kobe Mainoo. These are guys who have been there before. But look at Kobe Mainoo under Ruben Amorim. This is the man who has been touted to lead Manchester United on a loan. And look at what is currently doing right now under a new manager. So it shows that these guys are ready to play for the club. But it boils down to what the manager on board really wants to do with the player. So I think that is where, the certain Ruben Amorim got it wrong. But Michael Carrick is not, towing that line. He's telling the boys that I want you to play for the badge. I want you to play with passion. I want to see the fire in you. And so far, so good. That is what we've been able to see against Man City, against Arsenal. For me, the performance against Arsenal was just, a testament to the fact that this man is a true Manchester United legend. He's been there before, and he knows what it takes to galvanize the ball to play the Manchester United way, and exactly what pan out against Arsenal. So, big ups to him. But like I used to, tell the Manchester United fan that don't get it twisted. You look at the next 5 games, then you can now conclude that, okay, it seems this man is the right manager, at least for this season, before, United hierarchy will go on to make that decision to bring on board a new manager.
So let's talk about Arsenal now. I mean, look at the Arsenal attack. Gyökeres, Trossard, Martinelli. You look at, Gabriel Jesus, Bukayo Saka. All of these guys, right? In over 10 games in over 10 games in the EPL, none of them has actually scored a goal except Lisandro Trossard, who has actually managed to score one goal in 11 games in the EPL, in the last 11 games. Now, Arsenal have been getting points. What exactly can you say is responsible for Arsenal's misfiring attacks? Because, I mean, the way Arsenal has been coming, getting their wins, their set piece and all of that, all this has been called to question. So let's talk about Arsenal's attack and how, Mikel Arteta can actually help fix that particular problem.
I think it boils down to their mentality. And if you remember, prior to the appointment of Mikel Arteta, there has always been the narratives about, this Arsenal team cannot go on to win the title after the departure of the legend himself, talking about Arsene Wenger. And if you look at the team again, they've been able to invest in the team over the years. Mikel Arteta has been going to the transfer market, signing players to beef up the team. But there again, you look at the team and it feels like these are guys who do not have the mentality to go the length. Not the Manchester City under Pep Guardiola that are the likes of Kevin De Bruyne and the likes. And these are guys who are monsters, who are ready to win. But for Arsenal, well, I wouldn't want to throw the players also, because in their recent games also, they've been depending on set pieces and all of that. The number one striker they signed in the transfer market hasn't been firing from one cylinder, talking about Victor Gyökeres. Leandro Trossard has been the man, bailing them out when he's not scoring. They call upon the defensive guys, Gabriel, Saliba, and the likes, to come up short for them in terms of their goals. So, Mikel Arteta needs to sit the guys down and talk to them that if you really want to win the league, you are sure that you want to win the league, you have to go for the jugular. And I think that is not what, they've not been doing all of that. For Leandro Trossard, is the kind of player that will come to, off the bench to give Arsenal goals. But all of that hasn't been happening for them. So you need them right now to start getting the goals. But, as I said earlier, I think Mikel Arteta needs to sit the guys down and talk to them that, we need to go all the way to win the title. And if you want to win the title, you also have to score. You also have to score like that. So in as much as your defense is really solid, but then you need goals also, to corroborate, to balance the cohesion of the team. So for me, good one for Mikel Arteta. He's done a fantastic job so far. But then this is just half season. You cannot win the league in the middle of the season. You have to take it to the latter stage of the season. So I think I would tell Mikel Arteta to speak to his boys, and they should start scoring the goals.
Let me take you to exactly what former Arsenal skipper and person of Patrick Vieira actually said. He said that Arsenal, in the UEFA Champions League is quite different from Arsenal in the Premier League. That Arsenal in the UEFA Champions League have this freedom to actually express themselves. They attack and they get goals. But in the Premier League, there seems to be this over-cautiousness of them not conceding a goal. They're trying to play safe, even if it's just one goal, their set piece. What exactly do you think is making that, tactical switch for Mikel Arteta? Why is he actually, playing like that? Because now, if you look at the Arsenal in the UEFA Champions League, the attackers are actually scoring, free scoring side. If you see them in the Premier League, they struggle to get goals. They rely basically on set piece. What exactly is the difference between this particular competition, and why is Arteta actually deciding to actually go, that route for the Premier League?
I think it still boils down to their mentality, honestly.
But it's the same players.
The English Premier League. Yes, these are the same players, but it boils down to their mentality. You want to win the EPL, right? You are competing to win the EPL. You are also competing to win the UEFA Champions League. So if you want to, for me, no disrespect to Arsenal, I do not see them as a team that could go on to win the UEFA Champions League. The UEFA Champions League is a different ball game entirely. Of course, it's a competition that comes with different kind of opponents and the like. But then in the English Premier League, look at Manchester City, look at Liverpool, look at Chelsea. These are teams who are not that consistent. They each a game at a time. When you are, I think with all of that, if they can be able to balance up all of that, I think they will go on to win, a major trophy this season. But if they are doing, all of these, you approach the championship with all seriousness, and you come back to the English Premier League with a bit of cautiousness and all of that. Trust me, I think they are going to lose on all levels because you cannot guarantee that Arsenal will win the UEFA. That Arsenal will win the UEFA Champions League. It is not a bad Champions League. It is not a given. The UEFA Champions League is not a given. Of course, given. The UEFA Champions League is not a given. Of course, we saw them last season, defeating Real Madrid, and it felt like, they will go all the way to win the Champions League. But at the end, they falter. So it now boils down to the mentality of the player.
In the beginning of the season and, towards the mental consistency, because Abiodun was actually talking about it before the network actually yanked him off. I think Arsenal as a team, if you look at that team, you see that they are actually quite flat. If you look at that team, you see that they are actually quite flat, and this is why I have problem, with the team. Why this is where I have problem, with the team. Now look at the coaches. Also more like on the level of these players. They're quite young. They need a character that is quite different from the ordinary. Someone who they all will be looking up to, and they do not have that person. And that's exactly where I think Arsenal's mental edge is lagging. But then if they manage to actually pull through and win a major title, then of course they can now see themselves. It's going to be a different Arsenal going forward. But that's basically what's Arsenal's mental issue at this point. I don't know how Arteta is going to leave that mental block. I was hoping they will be able to actually, sign on, the former Manchester City midfielder that they were actually chasing at the point. I'm talking about none other than, Gundogan. But then that's actually, they missed him. And now they are looking at Julian Alvarez. They need a champion, someone who has actually won a major title in that team to change it. Unfortunately, Gabriel Jesus would have been that person, but he's very inconsistent. Injury has actually kicked him out, and that's why he's now, out of favor. He's now second striker to Gyökeres, who is actually leading the lines. And again, he's not, that kind of man who Arsenal as a team can actually look out or look to, and then rally around, him to actually get inspiration when it seems the chip is down. And these are the issues that Arsenal as a team has actually been facing. But let's even talk about Manchester City, because after that Arsenal game, a lot of talks, people started talking about how Manchester United were able to actually dispatch, Arsenal and Manchester City, and now Manchester City look a little bit different, a week after they actually played Manchester United, because of the new man who just got into the job. I'm talking about none other than the £20 million Mark Gueye, who actually joined Manchester City. And Mark Gueye, a lot of persons have been talking about him. Liverpool almost snapped in last season, but then something changed, and now he's right there at the City enjoying football. City defense look more stable, more coordinated than they were in the last 3 weeks. When they lost after they lost Ruben Diaz and Josko Vardio. Now this guy is actually there, commanding the lines for them, and they've been doing, just fine. Last weekend they got in an impressive result, 2-0 against Wolves. I don't know what would have happened to City, had they not gotten Gueye in that particular week before, they played against Wolves. The Wolves, that side, they actually defeated 4-0 in the first leg away from home, when the league started. But now they actually managed to actually pull through by 2-0. Don't go anywhere. When I come back, the show continues.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise and scan the human interest in trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back to Sport Republic. I was talking about Maguire before I went on that break. I mean, he's been instrumental for Manchester City. I mean, the composer in the back line, after he joined, he seems to actually have made, the defense of Manchester City a little more comfortable. Now the attackers can actually, play freely, do a lot of job. And even the midfielders can now really concentrate on actually creating chance for the attackers to get, the ball behind the net. As against, what it were like, 2-3 weeks ago where they struggled to also, become very defensive conscious. And I don't know, for Rodri, I don't know how soon he's going to get back to his best because he's really, really struggling to actually keep up to pace of what the season is at this moment. But of course, he's got the experience. I know that's exactly why Pep Guardiola really, giving him a lot of game time to actually come back as soon as possible. Because if Manchester City is going to really challenge, on all four fronts as they are currently doing, and perhaps getting a major title at the end of the season, they need someone with huge level of experience, someone who is actually not just a defensive midfielder, but of course also a match winner. He's actually the one who scored the goal for their only UEFA Champions League, and of course in that final against Inter Milan, he's the goal scorer, of that particular game. So yes, they need that man with a lot of experience. I mean, Ballon d'Or winner, the only Ballon d'Or winner in the history of Manchester City as well. So it says a lot about the club history and what Rodri really, really represents. But the big question a lot of persons have been asking is that if this Manchester City team, after their 2-0 victory against Wolves, really look like a strong season contender, or just a team for the next season, maybe we're just looking at a team that's actually really building to actually really compete, or perhaps go all the way for the Forever Champions League. But it's good to have you back, Aquino. I mean, we've been really struggling with the network this morning. But then, Aquino, we were talking about Arsenal before you actually left the conversation. Now we are talking about Manchester City. These are the teams that Manchester United actually defeated. And we are looking at, Gray's impact so far for Manchester City. And also we're looking at, if Manchester City is really a major contender so far this season, looking at how Arsenal has actually faltered. February is around the corner. Another month, Arsenal struggle. I mean, if you've been following Arsenal over the years, they struggle in November and February. And now just with 4 points away and the way Manchester City, is playing currently, do you really think they are really a serious contender for the Premier League title?
Well, I don't think so, honestly. Looking at this, City team, this is the City we saw a few seasons ago that had a whole lot of top players who are no longer in the team anymore. Kevin De Bruyne happened to be one of the major players for that City team that galvanized them to win the title, won the UEFA Champions League. But, some of them have moved on and they have to rebuild. And I think that is where they are currently right now in terms of rebuilding. And City side, they've been doing all of that in terms of bringing on board players that can actually impact their game and, of course, impact game also. So the brought in Antoine Semenyo, Maguire. These are guys that have had one or two qualities into the team. But then, in terms of competing for the title this season, I don't think they are in that conversation. Maybe next season, when other players, maybe join in the transfer market. But right now, looking at the trouble they are currently facing in terms of the injury crisis and all of that, I think they are not in conversation for the title. Of course, they will go on to push us now until the end of the season. But how well can they compete? You look at the performance in the Champions League also, and it feels like, this City team is not the City we used to know. So I think they've been decent over the years. They've been very, very good over the years. But right now, as we speak, there's a lot currently happening with that City team, and I do not see them as a title contender in the English Premier League this season.
So Abiodun, just tell me quickly before we move away from this particular conversation, what exactly is the problem with Manchester City?
Well, I think they are currently in a phase, and every team will definitely go through that phase. You cannot, excuse Manchester City from that phase. Of course, it happens to a whole lot of top teams. I remember at some point, Madrid were also going through this same kind of phase. They were crashing out in the UEFA Champions League in the round of 16 until Jose Mourinho came on board and it turned the fortune of the club around. So Manchester City, like other teams also, they are currently going through a phase right now. As I said earlier, no more Kevin De Bruyne. The spark that you get from the Kevin De Bruyne and Erling Haaland combination is no longer there. So I think all of that is missing. Rodri is not in the best of form anymore. This is a man who just came back from a lengthy injury. So if you put all of this into consideration, it's definitely going to affect their momentum. And I think it's just a thing. City will bounce back. And one thing I love about the team is the fact that they understand that they need to start rebuilding, and exactly what they are going to do. They went into the transfer market, they brought on board Maguire, they brought in a certain Antoine Semenyo. So these are guys that are going to have quality. But how well can all of these players gel when it really matters? It boils down to what Pep Guardiola also is telling the boys. So I want to believe they will bounce back, but as I said earlier, it's a phase for Manchester City, and they definitely have to go through.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Abiodun Akpeno, for being a part of the locker room this part of Sport Republic this morning. It's good to have you join me.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so we'll definitely be moving away from football stories and straight to that. And as Littler's 6th redemption against the Deca as the draw for the We Now World Masters has been revealed, setting the stage for an exciting tournament at the Arena MK in Milton Keynes. Returning as the defending champion, Luke Humphries will kick off his title defense against the Chisna, while the back-to-back world champion, Luke Littler, is set to open against Mike Deca. Littler, who recently celebrated success at the inaugural Saudi Dart Masters, arrives as the pre-tournament favorite. He aims to claim victory in one of the few major televised events that has eluded him thus far. Last year, Littler suffered a quarterfinal exit for Johnny Clayton, but he looks to improve on that performance against the Deca, who faced an upset loss to African qualifier David Munywa at the World Championships last month. Humphries seeks to become the first player to win back-to-back titles since Mike van der Gwen, and will need to navigate a tough opening match against Chisna, a two-time runner-up at the World Masters. Meanwhile, 5-time champion Van Gwen faced off against Damon Heta in another key matchup. And of course, the tournament will run from Thursday to Sunday, with preliminary rounds scheduled for Wednesday to complete the 32-player field. The world tops 24 players and automatic qualification, while 8 additional players will emerge from the qualifiers. A match during the Winnow World Masters will be played in a set format, maintaining the event's traditional structure with a best of 3 legs per set. And of course, away from that, we'll move straight to golf as we wrap up the show this morning. World number 1, Scottie Scheffler has secured his 20th PGA Tour title with a commanding 4-shot victory at the American Express, marking an impressive start to his 2026 season. Scheffler finished the tournament at 24 under par, closing the 6 under 66 in the final round, despite a double bogey at the 3 par. The 17th, where he found the water, the American Games was solid overall, registering 9 birdies on Sunday, setting the one shot behind 54-hole head leader Siwoo Kim. Scheffler overcome the deficit thanks in a part of consistent performance across the rounds. Of course, this victory placed Scheffler in a lead company, joining legends Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus as the only players to achieve 20 PGA Tour titles and 4 major championships before turning 30. The win also grants him lifetime membership on the PGA Tour. Reflecting on the success outing, Scheffler stated, "I did a good job of staying patient and executing when I needed to. It was always really solid. It was a really solid day, I beg your pardon. I always dream of being able to play on the PGA Tour, and it's a blessing to compete in a tournament like this." Looking ahead, Scheffler aims to actually complete the career Grand Slam at the upcoming US Open, having already claimed victories at the Masters twice, PGA Championship and US Open Championship. And on that note, we'll be wrapping up Sport Republic this morning. It's been a very good day, and I mean, hopefully tomorrow we'll be here. Kizzy will be here to actually take you around, the world of sport, and of course bring everything right there to you. And do not also forget to join the guys later this evening talking about Afis and Jerry, who will be breaking down all football stories right there in the locker room. Up next, in the midday news, don't go nowhere. Sit back and relax. I'm Ikechukwu Agu.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
For the extraordinary, something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
And here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. National Assembly resumes focus on 58.47 trillion naira budget, electoral reforms. APC dismisses speculation over Shettima'S spot in 2027 election. The DHQ confirms coup attempt, military trial, and indicted officers. Nigeria-Turkey strengthens defense, economic ties. Terrorists kidnap 6 family members in Adamawa governor's hometown. NNPP slams Abba Yusuf's defection to APC as betrayal. In business, NNPCL announces discovery of new oil well in Awodi 07 in Niger Delta. And in sports, former international Nduka Obade calls for investment in Nigerian football and infrastructure. In entertainment, Tony Abraham's Ovasabi auntie crosses 1 billion naira at box office, sets Nollywood's record. And now the news in full. The National Assembly will today resume plenary sessions prioritizing the scrutiny of President Bola Tinubu's 58.47 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill and amendments to Nigeria's electoral laws. The leader of the Senate, Senator Kwame Bamidele, disclosed this to newsmen in Abuja, stating that the upper and lower chambers will also expedite work on the review of the 1999 Constitution, aiming to complete it by the first quarter of 2026. Committees in both chambers have begun assessing revenue and expenditure estimates presented by President Bola Tinubu in December 2025. The lawmakers are also focusing on proposed electoral reforms, including recognizing voting rights for eligible prisoners, mandatory electric transmission of results, and stiffer penalties for electoral offenses. Moving on to other stories, the All Progressive Congress, APC, has denied reports suggesting Vice President Kashim Shettima might be replaced as President Bola Tinubu's running mate in the 2027 elections. APC National Publicity Secretary Felix Moka stated the party is focused on governance, not election speculation. Moka, during a media chat, reassured the party's commitment to inclusivity, addressing questions about religious representation. The speculation about Shettima'S potential removal emerges in mid-2025, but APC leadership has repeatedly called it purely speculative, untrue, and utterly baseless. Despite denials, names of potential replacements continue to circulate. In another development, the Defense Headquarters says investigations into the alleged misconduct by some officers have revealed claims of a plot to overthrow the government. It had in October 2025 announced the arrest of 16 officers, ranging from the rank of captain to brigadier general, over acts of indiscipline and breach of service regulations, particularly for allegedly holding secret meetings to topple the government. Former Director of Defense Information Brigadier General Tuko Gusau stated then that the report was intended to create tension and distrust among Nigerians, adding that the matter was strictly a disciplinary issue being handled internally. However, a fresh statement from the new Director of Defense Information, Major General Samaila Uba, said a comprehensive investigation had been conducted in line with established military procedures. According to him, the findings show that some of the officers had cases to answer over allegations of plotting to overthrow the government, and that the report has now been concluded and forwarded to the appropriate superior authority. He added that those indicted would be formally arraigned before relevant military judicial panels in line with the Armed Forces Act and other applicable service regulations to ensure accountability while upholding fairness and due process. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has arrived to Kiev for a state visit aimed at strengthening bilateral relations and expanding cooperation in key sectors. However, Nigerians are weighing in on what the trip would mean for the country, with many hoping it will deliver real gains for the economy and national unity, while urging the government to ensure that agreements reached translates into concrete benefits for the citizens. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Ogoswada tells us more in this report.
Bola Tinubu has departed Abuja for a state visit to the Republic of Turkey as part of efforts to deepen Nigeria's bilateral relations and expand international cooperation. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga says the visit is aimed at strengthening ties between both countries in key areas including security, education, innovation, aviation, and social development. The visit is expected to feature high-level political and diplomatic engagements alongside the signing of several memoranda of understanding covering critical sectors such as energy, scientific research, media and communications, as well as military cooperation. As Nigerians weigh the implications of the visit, Voice of the People TV took to the streets to get public opinion on whether this trip will translate into tangible benefits for the country.
Well, him going to Turkey, I feel it's because of business alliances, business-wise, economic-wise. I feel he just wants to go there to get backup and improve our economic sector, definitely, if we actually have that backup and strength again. So that's how I feel.
What I would like to see is a working country, working Nigeria, of course. So the president traveling to Turkey or where, of course, definitely for the benefit of Nigeria.
I think now that at least he's able to see some things that happen in Turkey and learn or get some things to come and do or make Nigeria better, business idea or something that can use to improve Nigerian business or economy. Then coming to international relations, you can also form an alliance with them. You might need help from other countries. You know that okay, friends or close or we have this alliance with this country, they can be of help in social area, not just business, even health-wise, economy, other aspects of the country.
As Nigerians express cautious optimism, many say they hope that the visit will deliver real gains, especially in security and the economy, while urging the government to turn agreement into meaningful action. Matthew Okunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Away from that report, thank you so very much, Marty, for that report. But away from that report, Nigeria and Turkey have intensified efforts to deepen military and defense collaboration after high-level talks in Ankara between Foreign Affairs Minister Ambassador Yusuf Tugar and his Turkish counterpart Hakan Fidan, held ahead of President Bola Tinubu's state visit to Turkey. The talks focus on strengthening political, economic, security, and multilateral cooperation. Tugar and Fidan reviewed existing bilateral ties and identified new areas for collaboration, underscoring the growing strategic nature of relations between the two countries. The visit aims to solidify shared interests and values, particularly in finance, communication, trade, and investment. Memorandum of Understanding covering scientific research, energy, military cooperation, technical assistance, and media and communication are expected to be signed, while a business forum is also expected to bring together investors from both countries to explore mutual opportunities. Meanwhile, the report that says suspected Boko Haram militants have attacked Gare village in Madagali, Adamawa State, abducting 6 family members, including relatives of Governor Amadou Fintiri, early on Tuesday. The State Police Command confirmed the incident, stating that a combined rescue team of police and military is searching for the abducted family members. The attack occurred in Madagali local government area of the state, a region frequently targeted by Boko Haram. Police spokesperson SP Sulaiman Ngungruje stated that Commissioner of Police Dankubo Morris has ordered sustained search and rescue efforts and heightened security measures across Madagali and other border communities. Meanwhile, the new Nigeria People's Party, that's the NNPP, has condemned Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf's defection to the All Progressive Congress, APC, calling it a betrayal of the party and its leader, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso. NNPP national spokesperson Ladipo Johnson stated during a media chat that the move betrays the trust of Kano State's people, who voted the governor into office despite the party's lack of structure in the state. The NNPP secured victory in the state under challenging circumstances. Analysts now say the defection has dealt a significant blow to the party. It should be recalled that Governor Yusuf of Kano State formally resigned from the New Nigeria People's Party, as the NNPP, on Monday, citing what he called deepening internal crisis and prolonged leadership disputes within the party, with 22 lawmakers also leaving the NNPP with him to the All Progressive Congress APC. 8 members of the House of Representatives and 44 council chairmen also defected with him in a move considered a significant boost for the APC, which now controls the Kano State House of Assembly. In the meantime, the former Director General of the Labour Party's Presidential Campaign Council, Akin Oshitokun, has defected to the African Democratic Congress, ADC, citing internal disputes, particularly the court's recognition of the Senator Nenadi Usman-led body as a valid national leadership. Oshitokun said there was still uncertainty in the party as the sacked Julius Abure-led National Working Committee has decided to appeal the judgment. Meanwhile, the LP National Chairman, Usman, has decried what she called the opposition politicians' unwarranted defections to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. She insisted that the trend, notwithstanding opposing influence, remains strong ahead of the 2027 general elections. According to her, the fact that most state governors now belong to the ruling party does not mean the opposition parties would be irrelevant in the next general election. As the 2027 general elections draw closer, the wave of political leaders defecting from one party to another has sparked widespread debate across the country. From all governors to lawmakers, this realignment have left many Nigerians questioning whether they are driven by public interest or personal political survival. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Elections draw near. Several governors and lawmakers have switched political parties, and Nigerians are watching closely to see whether these moves will bring real improvement to their daily lives. These shifts are part of a broader trend of political realignment across multiple states, with leaders repositioning themselves ahead of elections and reshaping the balance of power. To understand how these affect everyday Nigerians, VOP TV went to the street to hear residents' views.
To affect everything about Nigerian politics is money politics. And why is this so? All this alliance, I'm switching over to this, I'm switching over to this. Definitely there must be promises and there must be, how will I call it, there must be gift for them to do that. For any government or anybody or any House of Reps member that is switching alliance to another party, understand one thing, there is a game plan, and their game plan is what they have planned with their people of their constituency. Because one thing about Nigerian politics, you can see our people now, this very time, they can be talking, but when that very day for the election come proper, you will not see them on the field. And that is where the game is.
Before they attain to whatever position they are now, they do not have the interest of the commoners in their hearts. All what they are pursuing their own personal interest, not the interest of the commoners. And another thing is, the Nigerian politicians, we don't have any political party have any ideology. All the politicians we have in Nigeria is chop and chop. If this political did not favor me, let me go to the other one. That's why I see they're jumping from one party to another. So that's how it is, because there's no politics of ideology, nothing like that. That's why they are defecting. It's for their own personal interest. They don't even care for the commoners.
It's been a tradition in this country. We don't have a stable party or stable political participants when we want to encourage others to be partisan in one party. When this one is ruling and it's looking better, they are shifting. And I'd like to make an example of the former Vice President, Atiku Abubakar. He's moved from APC to PDP, from PDP first to APC, APC to PDP again, now to ADC. So it's like he's looking for where the grass is greener, where he can win. But it doesn't look like somebody who can rule this nation. It's an example of one. I got so discouraged about Obi. I didn't expect Obi to leave the obedience, because people who voted for Obi in the last election, 2023, I guess, where people who are not really APC or PDP, they just make up their mind. They are not even Labour. They just told themselves, no, we love this man. Let's allow him to rule. But now that he's dancing, he's not supposed to leave. For leaving, I think he has killed his political career. My personal opinion, I'm not sure he will make it in ADC.
As the election season progresses, attention remains on these party changes, with people on the streets asking whether the shift will translate into visible improvements in their communities or remain changes on paper. From VOP TV, I am Rhoda Johnny.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories that made it to the bulletin and more is in the studio with us, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation.
Good afternoon, David. It's my pleasure.
All right, Barrister, let's jump to this conversation of defection. And this is one that is coming so heavy on Nigerians because, again, a lot of us know that political parties are like the tool at which political leaders get into office. As it stands, Barrister, the governor of Kano State, I'm talking about Yusuf, have joined the APC. And of course, with all of his followers, plus House of Representative members, what does this imply for the APC going into the general elections come 2027?
David, it is a very big shame for a country like Nigeria to be behaving like this. We don't have leaders. If these leaders have shame, they will not be behaving like children. Seriously. We don't have a democracy. When we have a democracy, you will see the difference.
How do you mean, Barrister?
How do you mean this thing you are seeing today? Is that how democracy is run outside here? In Senate climes, is that how democracy is run?
Well, if these political leaders
that you are going to force somebody to move from his own party to your own party after discussion with him. Did you even see the drama that followed that defection? Yeah? When Tinubu was here to arrive, he said the man should wait for him in Aso Rock. And this man left his state and stayed in Aso Rock for 2 days waiting for Tinubu. And when he came back, they now went into closed-door meeting. And conditions were made. Can you imagine? In a democracy, you are making condition. Making condition. You are not even minding the people that voted you in the first instance.
But then again, Barrister, the governors were not forced, they were not coerced, they just chose to join the ruling APC. So isn't that a decision they made, and the decision should be on them, not on the presidency, as it were?
From all indication, most of them were induced.
Induced
they
were
what? Induced. Because all the people that are jumping into APC, they are going into that party with baggages. They are carrying baggages. So why would you admit somebody who has a case with the EFCC, who has a case going on in court? Why would you admit somebody into your party who is alleged to have stolen money, who is alleged to be corrupt? So that will tell you what is going on. None of them entered into that party with their clear mind. It's not possible. Because you join into a party that is performing. A party you can beat your chest and say, yes, this party for once. So what is that thing that's making them to run into APC? I need to know. Maybe when they tell us, we'll now interrogate it. But of course, there is nothing to tell, nothing. It's just about the money, nothing.
All right, then. Well, Barrister, concerns also have been raised about the fact that the PDP, I'm talking about the People's Democratic Party, has reduced to just 4 governors. A party that in 1999 to 2000s and all was adjudged the biggest party in Africa. Barrister, they're left with 4 governors. And I'm talking about the Adamawa State Governor, the Bauchi State Governor, Shettima'S for your state, and of course, Zamfara State Governor, the person of Dauda Lawal. looking at the fact that, yes, 4 PDP governors are still remaining, 1 Accord Party in Osun State, and of course, Labour Party in Abia State. The APC seemed like a party to be wrestled against come 2027. Don't you think so?
It looks like, but the contest is between APC and Nigerian people, because the ball is now in the court of Nigerians.
You think that's what is going to turn out to be?
That is what, because there's no party again to challenge them. No, there's no party. So we are left with only the people and the APC party. That is where the contest will be. Because right now, there is no strong opposition to oppose the APC. None. None. And that is very sad.
All right, then. But let me just stay in Kano, Barrister. The New Nigeria People's Party has condemned the Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf's defection to the All Progressive Congress. In fact, they call it a betrayal to the party's leader and, of course, to the party that brought him into power. This statement, some have said, is coming from a sore loser in the party, of course, that the man defected from. What do you make of this kind of statement, owing to the fact that, yes, even the said leader, I'm talking about Rabi Kwankwaso, is still at the verge of becoming an ADC member, of course, joining the coalition. Is there a possibility that the NNPP might choose to join the coalition should Rabi Kwankwaso find his way into the ADC?
There is no other way to go. If Kwankwaso does not join the ADC, then he will remain in the limbo.
I mean, he had a very rousing welcome back home when he went back home.
But now he's like a general without troops behind him.
He still has his troop, Barrister.
I don't think so.
He still has his troop.
Those are just
from footages that we saw the last time when he went home, Barrister, that is huge.
Why couldn't he hold his own party? He couldn't control the governor he put in place. He couldn't control his own governor. The man just shoved it in his face and then move over to APC. So he's like a spent force now. That's what he looked like. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you have leaders who don't have principle. Remember this Kwakwanso have not with Asorok. Immediately Tinubu was sworn in. He was looking for a way to either get appointment or something. When it did not work, he came back and was looking for a platform to be a governor. Before you can give conditions, please, you must bring something to the table. The last time I checked, Kwakwanso only brought 1 million people, and those are from Kano. He is not a political heavyweight as such to run on his own.
All right, then. Let's move from there on and, of course, bring up this report. Barrister, there are reports that say some suspected Boko Haram militants attacked a village. I'm talking about the Gari village in Madagali local government area in Adamawa State, abducting 6 family members, a relative of the governor himself, Governor Ahmedu Fintiri, of course, of the PDP as well. Barrister, looking at these level of insecurity that has gotten to the point of relatives of the governor, how much of a disturbing situation are we having in our hands? Plus, the fact that Amnesty International just yesterday did say that the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is not totally willing to letting these level of insecurity die down a natural death. Barrister, what do you make of this?
The only thing I make of it is that if this trajectory is not halted, Nigeria is going to hit a very big rock. We are heading to the doomsday, because this level of insecurity cannot continue, and you want to make progress in Nigeria. It is not possible. There is no country that moves forward in the face of what? Insecurity. As I talk to you now, all the farmstead in the north are literally empty. People can't go to farm in the north today. Is that not a huge problem? Is that not why foodstuffs are very costly?
Some are even paying bandits to get into their farm.
Sorry?
Some are even paying bandits to get
Of course,
into their farm.
that is, and if you don't have money, you're on your own. If you don't have money, you're on your own, in your own country. To make matters what, the leader of these terrorists is even a Nigerian, somebody from Niger called Troju Bello, who is holding court in Nigeria, and the government is looking at him. The security agents are looking at him. The allegation now is that he has an APC card with his picture and everything there.
Oh, the barrister, that is still unfounded anyways.
Well, I said rumor, yes, right. Allegation. Why should he even get to that point? Why should he get to that point? If this man had been taken out long ago, can we be talking about this now?
Barrister, security chiefs have been rejigged, and we're still having this situation. In fact, the president did say, give a marching order to the new security chiefs that, look, Nigerians would not take any excuses from you. Get to work and hit the ground running. How much of an impact of that statement are we having even in the security situation of Nigeria, owing to the fact that the security chiefs have been rejigged?
The generals are not obeying their commander-in-chief. They are not up to their game. They are not, seriously. Because if it is Nigerian army of you, the Nigerian army that went to Liberia, went to Sierra Leone to take care of things there, we will not get to at a point where Donald Trump had to come and bomb some parts of Nigeria to bring sanity. We will not go to that point. The Nigerian military would have taken care of this thing. And nobody will even think of Donald Trump or all the things he said about us. But because this particular army has been politicized, they have been politicized, so they are now looking for what they will eat, not what to do, not what they will do. That's what the Nigerian army of today are doing. Money. The real combatants are complaining that their daily money is not getting to them. Their line managers are holding it. What does that tell you? If you're a good general, should your troops be complaining, you will take care of them before any other thing. But right now, they are telling us that their 1,500 naira a day, this thing is not getting to them. Then who is with it? Is it not somebody? That is what these people are doing in that place.
All right, then. Well, we hope that the situation within the security apparatus get better from here on, because, I mean, this is just what we have as Nigerians hope. But Barrister, let's move to another conversation. The president of the Federation is in Turkey, and interestingly, as the story came to us, we understand that the president was received in Ankara, in the Ankara ex-Bulgar airport, by a Turkish government delegation led by the Minister of National Education, Yusuf Tekin, the charge of affairs of the Nigerian embassy in Turkey, Ambassador Zayed Abdul Salam, and other embassy officials were also on ground to welcome the president. But that's not where I'm going anyways. Interestingly, as it stands, Barrister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I'm talking about Ambassador Yusuf Toga and his Turkish counterpart, Hakan Fidan, ahead of that particular visit, have held talks, particularly on the part of strengthening political and economic and security multilateral cooperation between the both countries. The part that gets to me is the economy. How much of economic conversation can Yusuf Toga, the Foreign Affairs Minister, have that the Minister of the Economy, I'm talking about Wale Edun, cannot have with the same person? Barrister.
Now, David, if you have a problem, are you not supposed to go to a place where that problem will be solved? Even in international relationship and all that. Is the Turkey the best place to go to in this situation? When you and I have heard stories about Turkey and how he has been funding a Boko Haram, supplying them logistics and all that. Not just Boko Haram in Nigeria, all over the world. That particular country has been fingered as a terrorist sponsor. And we have a situation of terrorism in Nigeria. So should the Tinubu go there to seek for help? Please tell me. And what is it that is in Turkey that you and I should go to. You know how Turkey was hijacked by the jihadis. It was a purely Christian state. They hijacked it. They hijacked it and converted everybody by force. So is that the best person to go to seek for help in a volatile Nigeria that is divided? What makes you think that Turkey...
Well, they're economically better than Nigeria, Barrister.
Which economy? Have they survived the earthquake that hit them the other day?
They are economically better than Nigeria.
That is what you think.
That's the fact, Barrister.
That's what you think. Personally, I don't think that Turkey is well enough to be our assistant to Nigeria. Based on what is going on, based on what Turkey is doing, they would naturally take side with their brothers in Nigeria. And who are the egghead of this insecurity? Is it not the Muslim faithfuls and their followers? Are they not the ones? So what exactly will Turkey do that will be of benefit to Nigeria? Remember that Sheikh Gumi, that is equally his rallying point. He cannot go to Saudi Arabia, but he can go to Turkey.
Oh, well, so much to be said because, yes, the president has spent 9 days outside Nigeria since 2026 began. Question that a lot of Nigerians are hoping that it will benefit Nigeria as the year go by. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis.
And please, David,
yes.
You see an America with all their power and everything trying to help you. Have you finished with the discussion you are having with America before you run to Turkey, for God's sake?
But it's still ongoing.
What America came to do in Nigeria, can Turkey do it? Did they have the capacity to do it? No, tell me, do they have the capacity? You are just, I don't know. America may even be suspecting you now. Because what is that help you need when it comes to this, that America cannot render to you? What is that thing?
But in terms of help, Barrister, do you think that Nigeria should just stay with America and not have other bilateral relations with other countries?
There is no need. Exhaust the one you have with America. How many countries are going to help you here? By the way, have you helped yourself? Why are you running from one country to the other looking for help? Have you helped yourself?
Oh, well, Barrister.
In fact, this is becoming an embarrassment, seriously.
We're really out of time, right?
It's an embarrassment.
This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the media news. We had with us to analyze the stories Barrister Darlington Aguma, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Once again, thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the media news will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. And it's still the media news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Nigerians are already turning attention to the 2027 general elections as many Nigerians troop out to begin the process of obtaining or updating their permanent voters' cards. However, what should have been a smooth exercise has turned challenging for some registrants in Ogun State. Our correspondent, Oyinda Mola Olukuto, reports that due to network issues and accessibility concerns slowing down the process, several people said they were asked to return to Ifo to complete the process.
To the registration center in Ojokoro was unusually busy early in the morning as men and women gathered in large numbers, determined to secure their voter registration ahead of the 2027 election. For many, the decisions to come out early was driven by the desire to avoid last-minute rush and ensure that civil rights are protected.
Actually, this is not my first time. What happened was that my former card was damaged. So that's why I came to get another card. That's why I'm here. What I only saw here now was that it's like the vote is not well organized. No, I can't blame the officials, so I'll blame we Nigerians. The way we do things at times we don't normally organize ourselves, at least as in proper conduct. When you are being informed, okay, form a line so that everything can go smoothly. Our people will refuse. Orderliness is what we are lacking mostly here. You know what I can say? We lack orderliness. For people to just organize and be in orderliness, okay, form a team, become a problem. Before you people just, somebody like just come, you meet people like 100 people that you would like at least to bypass everything. What I would say is, Nigerians will always like to, what is a shortcut? We always look for shortcut to everything. That's the truth.
But despite the early turnout, the process was not without difficulty. Some registrants, particularly those who had traveled from Ogun State, said they were asked to return to Ifo to complete their registration due to network challenges unusually linked to non-accessibility of the system. Others expressed surprise at the crowd, recalling that previous registration exercises were more seamless with little or no stress.
Wọ́n ṣe photostat ní báyìí registration base ó wà ókè ó wà successful kò sí ìyẹn bẹ̀ sí kankan bẹ̀rẹ̀ rárá ó wà ó tẹ̀ wà interested ó wà tún ní ká lọ ṣe photostat so that a lè mú wa tí wọ́n ti fẹ́ gba oníke so that a lè wà ókè.
While the enthusiasm to participate in the electoral process appears strong, today's experience highlights the need for improved logistics and technical support to ensure citizens are not discouraged from exercising their voting rights. Oyindamola Olukuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Thank you so very much, Oyindamola, for that report. Moving on to other stories, there are reports that say that the Onitsha main market, reputed to be the biggest in West Africa, has been shut down for 1 week by Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State. The action follows repeated defiance by traders at the popular markets in the state who failed to open for business despite a government warning to disregard a sit-at-home order imposed by non-state actors. Our correspondent in Anambra State, Ndo Paloize, who has been monitoring compliance with the government directive, has a detailed report.
Today, to enforce compliance with the state directive against the controversial Monday sit-at-home order, said the 1 week closure of Onitsha main market will be extended to a month if the traders fail to open by next Monday.
As I'm speaking to you now, when I finish this whole main market and all the adjoining these things will be locked down for the whole of this week. There will be no market anywhere here. Each Monday will come. If people are not in their respective shops, it will be shut down again. If you like, I don't mind shutting down my market for the remainder of this year. We're not going to allow this. It's plain economic sabotage. And also we suspect whoever closes their shop to have some criminal intent.
While speaking to VOP TV News on the development, Anambra State Commissioner for Information, Dr. Law Mefo, quantified economic losses to Anambra in particular and Southeast in general in trillions of naira. Mefo said the insecurity and other factors for the sit-at-home no longer exist.
An independent peer review agency looked at the economic implications of sit-at-home to the Southeast, particularly to Anambra, and it was in excess of 1 to 2 trillion. That's a lot for a state. So our socio-economic life has been under siege for these 3 to 4 years and needed to stop.
However, mixed reactions from netizens praised Soludo's order, with some terming it harsh and others seeing it as a bold step in the right direction. For Chibuzo Nwabue, this is an extreme approach that in itself amounts to economic wastage. He argues that traders are independent practitioners that are not directly controlled like government employees. Kene Umade, however, supports Soludo in his approach, regretting that the markets and banks are fueling the sit-at-home observance. Meanwhile, public servants in all ministries, departments, and agencies in Anambra State reported to work in full today. VOP-TV news crew, which monitored compliance at Jerome Udoji Secretariat in Awka today, witnessed workers of all grade levels seated in their various offices and attending to work. Car park in the premises of the Secretariat was filled to brim official and private vehicles belonging to the workforce. According to the State Information Commissioner Mefo, salaries starting from February will be pro rata, with no pay at all for the number of Mondays one decided to absent himself or herself from duties. Ndo Obaleze, VOP TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Ndo, for that report. Moving on to other stories, Aloy Ejimako has told Governor Charles Soludo of Anambra State that the continued observance of the already rested Monday sit-at-home order is evidence of the Southeast region's unhappiness with the travails of the imprisoned leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Kanu is currently serving a life sentence for terrorism in a Sokoto prison after a long custody in the Department of State Services, DSS, following what some legal experts and IPOB qualify as illegal rendition from Kenya. Reacting in a post on X to the Onitsha market shutdown, Ejimako, who was counsel to Kanu, described the observance of the sit-at-home order as the best evidence of the people's unhappiness, adding that it will end instantly on its own once Kanu is freed. And from that story, we'll move straight to talking business, where the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPCL, has announced the discovery of a new oil well, Awudi 07, in the shallow offshore western Niger Delta region. The well was drilled by Chevron Nigeria Limited, operator of the NNPC Limited CNL joint venture, as part of efforts to unlock hydrocarbon potential. The disclosure was contained in a statement issued by NNPC's Chief Corporate Communications Officer, Andy O'Day, and published on the company's website. According to the statement, drilling activities commenced in late November 2025 and concluded in mid-December 2025, with results confirming significant hydrocarbons across multiple reservoirs zones. NNPC Limited congratulated CNL on the successful drilling, praising the joint venture operational excellence and technical competence. The discovery is expected to boost the joint venture confidence in the assets and contribute to Nigeria's energy security. The partnership also aims to increase oil production to 146,000 barrels per day, supporting government revenue and job creation. Still talking business, the Nigerian Customs Services has reported a total revenue collection of 7.281 trillion naira for 2025, representing a year-on-year growth of 19%. Disclosing this during the 2026 International Customs Day celebration in Abuja, the Controller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, said the figure surpasses the agency's 6.584 trillion naira target and reflected discipline, enforcement, improved compliance, digitalization, and collaboration with the private sector. Adeniyi said the event also marked the official launch of the Nigeria Time Release Study, that's the TRS, which he described as a comprehensive diagnostic tool designed to assess and improve trade clearance efficiency at Nigerian ports. According to him, TRS, which was conducted by Atinkan Island Port, provides validated clearance timelines for over 600 declarations, identifying bottleneck and idle periods that slow down government's movement. And from business, we move straight to sports, where former Nigerian footballer Nduka Obade has expressed and emphasized the need for deliberate investment in football development and infrastructure, stating that raw talent is no longer sufficient to excel in global competitions. He pointed to Morocco and Senegal as examples of countries with successful long-term plans and world-class facilities. Obade stressed that Nigeria requires structured development to transform talent into sustainable value, highlighting Senegal's progress in hosting tournaments and building facilities. He warned that hosting major tournaments demands serious preparations beyond football. Ogbade urged Nigeria to invest in infrastructure such as roads, stadiums, and training facilities, adopting a long-term strategy to enhance Nigeria's football's global competitiveness. Still talking football and sports, I beg your pardon. Consultant neuropathologist at Queen Elizabeth University Hospital in Glasgow, Professor Willie Stewart, has linked repeated headings of footballs to progressive brain disease. His finding follows an inquest into the death of former Scotland defender Frank McQueen, who was diagnosed with vascular dementia and died in 2023, aged 70. An inquest held in Northampton, North Yorkshire, concluded with a narrative verdict on Monday. Stewart, who explained McQueen's brain after his death, told the inquest that chronic traumatic encephalopathy was present in multiple areas of the brain and that a membrane within the brain appeared torn. According to him, CTE contributed to his death significantly, with the only available causal evidence for the condition being repeatedly head impacts, specifically from heading a football. And to wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight to talking entertainment. Nigerian actress and filmmaker Toyin Abraham has achieved a milestone with her directorial debut over Sabi Auntie, becoming the first Nollywood filmmaker to cross the $1 billion threshold. The comedy, which Abraham produced and starred in, has grossed 1.02 billion naira, ranking as the fourth highest earning Nollywood movie. Sabi Auntie follows story of overzealous church usher whose interference in family matters triggers comedic events. Abraham's achievements places her second behind Funke Akindele, who has 3 films grossing over 1 billion naira each. The film is poised to overtake Akindele's Everybody Loves Jennifer, which stands at 1.12 billion naira. With that entertainment story, we've come to the end of our midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.